Assalamu alaikum. Now we are actually on the right link. Firstly, apologies to everybody. I put the link for 9:30 and everybody was waiting, and there's some interesting conversations going on. So as always, guys, welcome to Saturday live night. People are up to all sorts of things on a Saturday night, right, Hijab? So what we're trying to do is we're trying to give people an alternative, a halal alternative to come to have a discussion. You are all brothers and sisters, and Allahu Akbar. See, there's a benefit of making the link live from before. That's how we started. MashaAllah.
I see.
Yeah. So, brothers, have you got the new link?
Yeah, I put it just now.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. Okay, brothers and sisters. The first thing I'd like to say, something very important. All of you are absolutely central to the dawah ecosystem that we have. Alhamdulillah, I've seen online that you're engaging with Dawkins, you're engaging with Sam Harris, you're engaging with Gutless Murray, you're engaging with these people. People are sharing it back. Then there's other stuff going on, and collectively we're helping and supporting each other and enjoying the good and forbidding the evil together. Also, I was thinking about something, that the Prophet ﷺ told us about Islam will become strange, just like it was strange before, and glad tidings to the strangers. In many ways, we today are having to become strangers. Why? Because we, on say a Saturday night like this, people are not out there clubbing and drinking and womanizing and whoring and whining and dining. Instead, we are trying to engage with
what's wrong with dining?
Well, I meant whining and dining, right? Whining and dining. So
in fact, I think I might need to dine right now. Get myself some sandwiches or some food.
Yeah. Did we order?
Did we order?
I think it's gonna be the usual thing. So what it is, is
if
that
you didn't, I'll order myself.
And we know what happened when the delivery driver is late. So I think it's very important to first off, as the Prophet ﷺ told us that whoever doesn't thank the people does not thank Allah. So I'd like to thank everybody. Honestly, I'd like to thank everybody online that's been supporting. And I find this very helpful that, say for example, we just had the BBC video released, right? With that discussion and stuff. You always see the same people commenting, and they'll always comment first. And you'll find that people are always trying to boost the algorithm. They're trying to support, they're trying to do this. So it's not just about us having this movement, which is just having these vain metrics. No, these are live electric metrics. These are people who respond. If we give a particular directive, we say, guys, we want to do this, they respond. Look, technically, if I wanted to send 10,000 emails using this dawah ecosystem, what would I do? I'd tell the brothers and sisters, we need to send this email to this company to complain to them about forced labor or whatever it is. We'd do that. But if there's a businessman who's a multi-millionaire, he couldn't do that. He would have to hire people, and he'd have to hire one person, and that person's going to be £20,000 a year, hire a whole bunch of people, and then he's going to make sure that they actually have to work and send this email to this company. Yet we have the influence, alhamdulillah, collectively with each other, that we can do those things purely by influencing each other. And I think this is a great thing, and I just really wanted to reach out and thank everybody so we can grow this culture. What do you think?
I like the way you're putting it, man. This is what we need, because it's strength in numbers, and this is what the Quran actually alludes to when it says وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ, because it doesn't say وَتَوَاصِي بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاصِي بِالصَّبْرِ. It doesn't make it an individual thing. It doesn't make it singular. It makes it plural, and they exhort one another to patience.
Very interesting.
Yeah, and they exhort one another to truth, and they exhort one another to
as patience. If there's a power in social proofing.
Yes. So it's
Allahu Akbar.
This has always been the case. Like the human being, because this surah is very amazing. Shafi'i said about it that it had it been the only thing that was revealed, it would have been sufficient. And when it says "Wal asr innal insana lafi khusr," that by time human being is in a state of loss, illa alladhina amanu, except for the ones who believe, wa amilu salihat. So it went from insan, which is a singular thing, to now except for those who, to a plural entity. And then wa tawasaw bil haqqi, and they exhort one another to truth, they together. Because doing it as a collective, wal takun ummatan, it's an ummah together. That's calling to the khair and ya'muruna bil ma'ruf and yanhauna 'anil munkar, and this kind of things.
Yeah.
So when it's done collective, when we do things collectively, it has that maximum effect.
Yeah.
If we want to forbid the good, forbid the evil, or call to the good, and forbid the evil, and we want to raise funds, we want to do this, we want to do that.
You can do everything.
You can do everything.
Bro, literally, I had there's a very important stakeholder that I met a few years back. Now, this guy, he funds the dawah projects, and we're talking about, like, for example, I know of direct checks that he's given to dawah organization, which would be like £50,000. Like he is a rich businessman who basically supports dawah projects, supports humanitarian projects. He himself is into education and making people love the Quran, all this type of stuff. Once he asked me, he said, "What's the greatest resource?" And here he wasn't referring to, obviously, having Allah with you is better than anything, right? Allah controls everything. But what he meant is, in terms of this dunya, what is the most important resource you can have, right? Now I was thinking about this, right? Because obviously it's a confusing question. What is the most? Someone may think, if I have £1 million in the bank, that's a great resource. Someone may think, if I'm a great orator. Someone may think if I have a really good camera, or I have this, for example, software, right? Or, for example, I have a great relationship with the politician, with the prime minister of the country, right? Bojo, right? However, he said the greatest resource is people. Because if people are with you, those people will give you money. Those people give you their time. They'll give you their expertise. They'll give you everything. Meaning, if you have influence over people, you can simply raise an entire organization. You can, in fact, raise an entire city. Because what comes from people? Time, money, resources, technical support, relationships. I know somebody who knows, say a minister. So the thing is, having people with you is the greatest resource. And subhanAllah, this really made me think that we need to invest in our networking. Our networking is far greater than just some resources we have. And I think a good way of putting it, I think I spoke to you about this before. If you can increase in a population their communication by 10% or their individual intelligence by 10%, which one of those two scenarios will overall increase the intelligence of that society?
The latter.
So if everybody, their intelligence increases by 10% or 10% communication. Now, actually, the answer is communication. Because if each of them increases 10%, if people aren't communicating, so what? You just increase a little bit. But if you collectively have what psychologists call the social brain, if you like, the Quran has an emphasis on the shura. Bro, the best ideas come from this type of gatherings, and in these gatherings you have a natural selection of ideas, and the poor ideas, they die out, and the strong ideas, the fitter ideas, they actually come to the fore. So we have to understand that, this dawah culture, this dawah ecosystem, I honestly think this is the most important thing in the dawah. It's more important than an individual. It's more important than even sometimes the arguments you're using against atheists. And it's in fact something which the other opposite side does not have. Tell me, what equivalent does the new atheist have of what we have right now?
Nothing. Yeah.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So we have to, alhamdulillah, benefit from this. So guys, I'm going to start inviting people to the studio. Just before I do that, the BBC interview, right? I mean, what was the thinking behind releasing the full interview? And did the BBC actually release their own version of it?
They did, yeah. They released like 3 or 4 minutes of it.
On which place did they release it on?
I don't know. It's on iPlayer, I know that, but I don't know where else it's going to go. Okay, and did they release? Did they do a good job in terms of? Did it misrepresent you? There was nothing. There was a bit of misrepresentation, to be honest. Or they said that they met 2 people, me and Ali, but they only met me. Ali was he was there because he was doing the videoing. Okay, right. So they didn't invite. He didn't sign any waivers. Right. And the video in question that he was talking about, there was a point because when they done the editing, the video in question that they were speaking about was not my video. It was Ali's video. And they kept talking about it as if, me and him were the same person. We're not. But even then, like I think he was trying to force kind of an interrogative, put me into a position of defense.
Yeah.
And I think with this, one of the people I had a conversation with before I done this interview was Abdullah Andalusi. And what he told me was that you've just got to make each sentence self-contained. It has to be self-contained, so that if they do take anything out, they can't ruin the reputation of my reputation, and by extension, the Muslim people's reputation. So
yeah,
it's one of those things where it was training, and to be honest, we refuse most of these kinds of interviews because
you don't need them.
Not only that, it's their narrative, it's their agenda, and they usually want us to do something with us, and we're not foolish enough to not realize what they're doing.
Yeah.
With this particular one, we agreed on the condition that we can also record it, and we can also have AI as a backup, and we didn't, alhamdulillah, like too much. We didn't need it too badly, but I think the fact that it's up anyway on my channel is good.
Yeah, I mean, in many ways, they can come to us, and we need to basically filter out when it is strategic for us to accept it, right? I mean, usually we have to obviously look at these things with a skeptical eye, because they need us far more than we need them. Let's just be fair here, yeah? Because at the end of the day, that's traditional media. Traditional media depends upon influencers. They want people to join them, and if influencers were to ignore them, who would they go and interview? Mr. Patel down in the Wembley corner, some corner shop, right? How good would that be? So we have that leverage, and we need to obviously use it. And in this case, somebody asked this question: why was the BBC interviewer, when they were asking you this, fixated on the van when you've done a video against anti-Semitism? I
think it's, once again, it's this kind of faux interrogationist approach. Or investigative journalism. I think that's what it is. You want to show that you are doing some level of investigative journalism, but it didn't really work too much, because he's trying to squeeze blood out of a stone when you try to get me to say something which is going to incriminate myself. I'm not going to be an accomplice to my own murder. I'm not an idiot, and by extension, the Muslim people's
and say something you don't believe in. Because they are videos of you.
You know what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like, the worst thing that you want to do is put your neck on the chopping board for these kinds of people.
Yeah.
The truth can be delivered in many ways, and I think that at the end, one thing I've been caught out of a lot of things in my time on as a public figure. Some of the attacks some of the things that I've done, but one thing that people really haven't been able to do is take quotes. Like, for example, they call some allegation of anti-Semitism. Anyone who, in fact, speaks about the Palestinian cause, that allegation is probably going to come their way. But if you ask them to isolate a statement where I've said something like that, they won't be able to do it. And the reason why is because I'm not going to put my neck on the chopping board for them.
Yeah,
and also because, obviously, we don't have any problem with Jewish people.
I mean, in fact, this is the powerful thing, that if you come from a background like you do, where you've studied the Quran, you spent time with scholars, it would be an absolute slaughter from the Muslim community if you were to say something which went against the Quran and the Sunnah. Obviously, the term anti-Semitic is recent, right? However, the traditionalist Muslim perspective would not allow, your own audience would not allow for you to get off the manhaj when it comes to one particular racial group. So what they really want to do is, if you, in the beginning, I saw what he was trying to do. It was a very subtle type of gaslighting strategy, right? In the beginning, he wanted first, like, were you always practicing, and this type of thing. He tried to, warm you up from that angle. But the thing is, look, if we're going to have this discussion, we're talking about Palestine, we're talking about anti-Semitism or the claim of anti-Semitism or this or that, why begin off with practicing? What's that got to do with anything? It's like saying, okay, do you like cooking? Like, what's the link between cooking and this later on, this when you're trying to corner someone about anti-Semitism? It's the conveyor belt theory.
If we look at that is a good example. He's to be fair to him, he wasn't trying to be Jeremy Paxman. I mean, the host was placid and friendly for the most part. He obviously tried to warm up the interrogative type questioning near the middle of the interview, but once again, it's like I've had a lot of training with this stuff, and so have you, and so we do this on a week-to-week basis.
I think it's harder to be in speaker's corner than talking to one of these guys.
I'm okay answering questions, and we've been doing it for a long time. We'll continue doing it, and it's going to take a lot more than that to try and smear us or generalize or scapegoat us or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So brothers and sisters in the chat, please can you post your questions in the chat before we actually add you on? And also I'm going to be asking people to show themselves online in the back end before I add you on, and then you can switch yourselves off. Also, we're going to be giving priority to people who actually have their cameras on. So Brother Waqas, you've asked a question about the BBC platform, but that's, I think you said, was it on iPlayer?
Yeah.
Okay, but what program on iPlayer?
I can't remember the name of the program. Something about anti-Semitism.
Okay, so Brother Waqas, let me see where you are. There you are, the handsome brother. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you guys? You can't hear me?
We can't hear you. There's no sound.
Can you guys hear me now?
All my friend. I'm just going to remove you, and then actually I'll just keep you there in the background. So just keep trying, and let's see. Ilyas, can you switch your camera on? There you are, brother Ilyas. Assalamu alaikum, Ilyas.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Okay, sorry, I just realized my thing was on mute. That's why we couldn't hear Brother Waqas. Waqas, could you speak again, please?
Test. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. So, Brother Ilyas, I'm just going to remove you. We'll speak to Brother Waqas and then we'll add you. Is that okay?
Sure, no problem, inshallah.
Jazakallah khair, brother. So, Brother Waqas, where are you calling in from?
I'm calling in from Netherlands.
Netherlands. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. I'm joking. Mashallah. Very, very nice of you to join us. Amsterdam, Rotterdam, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Den Haag. I'm not sure if you guys have been there. The Hague.
Nope.
I think
Never heard of
what
it.
it's called.
Never heard of it.
No?
I've
Very
been.
nice.
He said it's near the Hague. It says different place, huh?
No, in the Hague. In the Hague.
Oh, it's in the Hague. Okay, yeah, of course.
In Dutch it's called Den Haag, which
Den
is
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So what's your question?
The main question I had was related to the cosmological argument. So the cosmological argument goes, as following: like, the universe began to exist. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. Therefore, the universe has a cause. Right?
It'll be. You've mixed up 1 and 2, so it'll be everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause.
Right. Yeah. So my question was that how don't we first have to prove our systems, our rational systems, or any argument also applies before the universe, before we can actually use it to prove that universe had a cause? So, for example, everything that begins to exist has a cause. Don't we first have to prove that this holds true for what was before the universe, before we can use it to deductively conclude that the universe has a cause because it exists?
Yeah, I mean, I don't use the Kalam cosmological argument as such. I don't think there's anything wrong with it per se, because there are some challenges with the second premise in terms of trying to prove that inductively and so on, which are well known now. But the argument I prefer to use is the contingency argument, which I will have a book released soon about, which I've just completed. So, to be fair, first of all, the argument is valid, the cosmological argument, and that's uncontroversial in the philosophy of religion, that everything that begins to exist has a cause, because everything that does begin to exist has a cause that we can see empirically. I don't think there's anything controversial about that at all. The universe begins to exist, or began to exist. The universe began to exist because they're usually based on Big Bang theory. So, for example, William Lane Craig is a proponent of this. He would say it began to exist in so much as there was a Big Bang and so on. Okay, we can assess this through redshift and the second law of thermodynamics and other things, and then say therefore the universe has a cause. And so they ask what kind of cause is this, and they argue from infinite regress that there must be a first a prime mover, and that's basically the argument in a nutshell. But in terms of the second premise, they usually use a scientific theory of some sorts, and probably the most viable one today would be the Big Bang theory. So that's how they do it.
Right, but isn't that based? So isn't all of that just based on our understanding and our experience from within the universe, right? How do we know that all of that also holds true for what was before the universe? Don't we have to first prove all that works before we can?
The first premise or the second premise?
Anything, you know?
No. You specify a question. If you're talking about the first premise, then the question will be like, can we say that just because things that begin to exist have a cause within the universe, can we say that they have a cause outside? That's a different question to asking the second premise. The universe began to exist. Did the universe begin to exist? These are two separate questions. So if we go with the second question, then scientists would differ. Like some scientists, for majority of them, potentially the majority of them, may argue for the Big Bang theory and say, actually, yeah, the universe began to exist because of redshift and because of the expanding universe model and whatever. And so in which case, the third conclusion of this argument would be natural. But if you're asking about, well, if things, just because things exist within the universe, do they exist outside? That's the limitation of the cosmological argument, because you can't be sure that just because things exist within everything that begins to exist has a cause within the universe, that's not the case outside the universe. But that's, once again, one of the limitations of arguing from induction. However, to be fair, one could argue, and this is me once again trying to fill in the gaps here, on a priori grounds. That's the case. So even if it's independent from the inductive reality, that you can argue that everything that begins to exist has a cause. And if you want to get away from the word cause and begins to exist, that's fine. Like, the way you can argue this is that anything that is made up of limited variables, or anything that is made up of distinct attachable or detachable parts, is contingent. The universe is made up of such parts. Therefore, the universe is contingent. And contingent here is something which relies upon something else for its existence. So you can get away from the beginningness of the universe, contention. You can also get away from the Big Bang, the requirement to prove the second premise of the Big Bang, by arguing in the way I've just mentioned.
And using mathematics to argue for the beginning of the universe. That's something you cover in your book, I believe, right?
Yes. I mean, like, for example, if we were to say, when we talk about contingency, we're talking about something that could be any other way. And you can do that ontologically. So you can say that some things in the realm of mathematics can be conceived of in another way, and some things in the realm of set theory mathematics cannot be conceived in another way. For example, 2 + 2 = 4 is a necessary fact, but the linearity or the ordering of certain sets and certain sequences of cardinal numbers is not. And so there are things which are contingent and some things which are necessary. And so necessity and contingency can be something which is established without reference to the cosmological reality. It can be with reference only to a priori ontological concepts, things that can be conceived of in the mind. And therefore, in a sense, the weakness of the cosmological argument, limitations of it, can be solved with what I've just proposed, which is that, to repeat, anything that is made up of parts, and by that I mean things which are detachable, is contingent, or meaning dependent. The universe is made up of such parts, therefore the universe is contingent.
Right. I guess the more general question I was wondering about was, so right now we actually use our intellect and our understanding of the universe, and we're inside the universe, right? And how do we know that all of that? How do we know that we can still use all of that to make an argument for what was before the universe? Because we have no experience.
Well, if you're talking about a cosmological argument, this is the question of how induction limits your findings is relevant to a kind of cosmological argument which only deals with what's inside the universe or what's outside. But 2 + 2 = 4. Let me ask you, does 2 + 2 = 4 equal 4 in the universe?
Yes. Yes.
If you go outside the universe, do we have any reason to believe 2 + 2 will not equal 4?
But how do we know it actually equals 4 outside the universe?
No, but is there any reason why 2 + 2 = 4, which is a necessary fact,
No, so
would become contingent if you leave the universe?
Look, I think just to make it easier, I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
To make it easier for Brother Waqas, would you say 2 + 2 is 4 is known through experience or is known a priori?
Sorry, could you define a priori? I'm not familiar with that.
So you have a priori and a posteriori. So a priori knowledge is knowledge that is known before experience, and a posteriori is knowledge which is known after experience. So do I need to get 2 bottles and then know that if you get 2 and you get another 2, therefore it's 4? Does experience teach me that, or is this known before experience?
I'm not sure what experience has to do with this.
Okay, to conclude the idea that 4 is 2 and 2 coming together, is that known before you get 2 apples and 2 apples and then 4 apples, 2 bananas and 2 bananas and 4 bananas?
Yeah.
Is that known through human experience, or is it known before human experience? Is it a priori?
I guess before.
Yes, and that's all he's saying. That this is not knowledge that is, because remember, in philosophy, they would define a priori knowledge and a posteriori knowledge. This is a priori knowledge. This is not knowledge. There's nothing that you could do experimentally by bringing 2 and 2 bananas and get 7 bananas. There's no experience that can go against that. And it's known before. It's a conceptual reality before we experience the world. Sorry to interject, but that's a good way of...
Yeah. So let me put it this way, yeah? How do you know... Can you know... Forget about how do you know. Can you know 2 + 2 = 4? If I took away all of your 5 senses, yeah? If you no longer have any of the 5 senses that you have, can you still conceive 2 + 2 = 4?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So 2 + 2 = 4 is not dependent on any of your 5 senses.
Right, but it is.
So in that case, if that's then it's irrelevant whether you're in the universe or out the universe for 2 + 2 = 4 to be 2 + 2 = 4, correct?
Yes, that's true. Yeah, but
yeah.
that's.
So in the same way, when I say that anything that is made out of parts, which is detachable is contingent, or anything that can be arranged in another way is contingent as well. So, for example, arrangement just means that something ABC can be CBA or BAC. Yeah, you can't do that rearrangement with 2 + 2 = 4. You can do it with a linear set ABC. You can rearrange it 3 times, but you can't arrange 2 + 2 = 4. So, what I'm saying is, unless one wants to say that the universe itself is necessary, in which case they will have to define, they will have to explain why it has. They will have to explain how it could not be any other way. Because the thing is, the universe could be another way. It can be conceived of in another way. And moreover, anything that is made out of parts, if you take away those parts, then the universe, then that thing itself is already gone rid of. So if you take away each part of the universe, you can do so to a point where the universe doesn't exist anymore. But that's impossible for something necessary, because a necessary thing can never cease to exist by definition. It's something that cannot be any other way. So these arguments, basically, what I'm saying to you is, they don't depend on experience per se, or they don't only depend on induction. They don't only depend on your 5 senses. You can still make these arguments with reference to a priori claims, which is things that you know before experience. You get it?
Yeah, right. But okay, just on that example, right? We know that 2 + 2 = 4, but we know that because that's the reality of, within the universe.
No,
you just told us You just told us that it doesn't depend on inside the universe or outside the universe, because we said if you didn't have your five senses, would 2 + 2 = 4 still be 2 + 2 = 4? And you said yes, it would be. So then the in and out universe dichotomy is irrelevant to this discussion when it comes to 2 + 2 = 4. I don't know why you feel like if you come outside the universe, that 2 + 2 = 4 can be challenged.
Well, I'm saying I don't know if it's still 2 + 2 = 4 because.
No, but you said that if you get rid of all of your senses,
Yeah,
how do you know you're in the universe? How do you know you're in the universe?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
No, let's use our brain rockers for a little bit. How do you know you're in the universe? I can ask someone young and they will be able to answer that. How do you know you're on the earth? How do you know?
Because I'm here. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Where are you right now? Where are you? Are you at
I'm
home?
on Earth. Yeah, I'm at home. Yeah.
How do you know that?
Because I can. I guess. Are you referring to my senses, or?
You tell me. Yeah, your senses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're with you can see where you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. So, how do you know you're in your house? How do you know you're in your country? Because you use your senses. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Fine. So, how do you know you're in the universe?
Because of our senses. Yeah. Okay.
Beautiful. Now, imagine 2 + 2 = 4 now. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I get rid of all of your senses somehow, is 2 + 2 = 4 still something you know?
Yes, but if you just what I'm trying to ask is that if you take away our experiences, right? 2 + 2 = that's the reality of this universe, right? If you don't include our experiences, how do we know that the reality is still the same outside the universe?
Okay, because as I've mentioned, if it's conceivable without reference to knowing, you wouldn't even know whether you're inside the universe or outside the universe. You only know whether you're in the universe or outside the universe through your senses. If it's conceivable that 2 + 2 = 4 without your senses, that can be intelligible, that means you don't need your senses for it. That's what that means.
Yeah,
it means you don't need so if you don't need your senses for it, then you don't need the universe for it. You don't need the universe for it. The idea that 2 + 2 = 4 is dependent on the universe is an absurd idea. No one has ever said it before. You need to know that. No one in the history of philosophy has ever said this before. Do you get that idea? So 2 + 2 = 4 stands alone from the fact that whether you're inside the universe or outside the universe. Because if it was dependent on you being inside or outside the universe, it would also be dependent on you knowing whether you're inside or outside the universe. And we've discovered that that's not dependent on that, because you can get rid of all of your senses and you can still conceive of it.
So, Jazakallah khair for that, brother Waqas. I would recommend there's a book. I think you brought it into the office the other day on epistemology, and that book will go over a priori knowledge and a posteriori knowledge, and that will help with this, because that's the main issue here.
No, I think that one will be a bit difficult for the brother.
Well, we can get an introduction to epistemology by Oxford series. Those books.
Is that a good one?
Yeah, those series, like there's one over there.
They got introduction to epistemology as well.
They should do. They do every single topic.
Human rights. Do that if you've got that, bro.
Yeah. So Jazakallah khair, brother Waqas.
What's the book? Sorry, what's the book called?
The Oxford Introduction series. Look up for their book on epistemology.
All right. Yeah, I'll do that.
They've got like introduction too. I'm not sure if they do have that one.
If they don't, just get a book on introduction to epistemology. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Brother.
My friend, yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Let me see if they've got that.
And the brother Elias. Okay, brother. Also, as soon as you have come into the studio, please. Sorry. As soon as you've finished,
it's called a short introduction to knowledge.
Short introduction to knowledge. Yeah.
That's actually quite a good one,
what's it called? Please leave the studio, because we're trying to get other people to join. Also, last time I was live with Adnan Rashid, and we actually had a Christian accepting Islam. So
wow.
He took Shahada live, and he's been looking into
So
Islam.
we got two people converting on our live stream.
Yeah,
recently, right?
Yeah. So, brothers and sisters, please, if I kick you out of the studio, don't mind, because if your question's been answered already, or we're trying to make room for a non-Muslim, that's just something we have to do, because we give them priority, obviously, because that's the main reason why we're here. So, welcome, brother Ilyas. Where are you calling in from?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm calling from Canada.
Nice.
Okay.
MashaAllah.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. So I had a question, more like doubt, because mashallah, you guys are the veterans in the dawah field. I was just thinking, would it be acceptable, or wouldn't it be recommended to give dawah to the Western, like, audience, the fact that Islam is more not only a religion, more like an ideology, because religion here is basically thought to be something based on blind belief and just not with rational not with rational arguments. So because if we understand Islam as an ideology, then we understand the fact that it has like tawheed as a doctrine, and eventually it permeates all levels of society, and we're not just basically segregating it or narrowing it or limiting it just to personal life or only to your household. So would that be a good way to give dawah, or no? Or should we start?
Well, I think you're overcomplicating it a bit, brother. I think what it is we just stick to the GORAP. We stick to the foundations. We stick to speaking about why we believe in God, why we believe in the Quran. To get into the discussion about whether Islam's an ideology or not, I think it can be counterproductive. So there are some pros to it as well, but we're not there essentially to talk about how the Islamic political system is better than the liberal Western order. I mean, that's not the way you begin a dawah conversation. You want to talk about the main concepts in Islam, and also something that you said, which I think needs to be highlighted, is about blindly, they say religious people are blindly following whatever, and the atheists would say that we have rationality and so on and so forth. The fact is, the vast majority of human beings do not think. The vast majority of human beings are in these groups, and they have these identities, and nobody is really thinking critically. Most people don't think, and most people, I think, would rather go through excruciating pain than actually think, right? I mean, think deeply. I mean, what I mean is think deeply about existential things. Like, for example, I was with a dear brother who's make dua for him. He's got cancer, and we were talking about life and this type of thing. And I said, look, if you live to the age of 30 and you divide 30 by infinity, the hereafter, or if you live up to 70 and you divide that by infinity, it's the same thing. Whether you live 30 years or 70 years, when you compare it to the infinity of the hereafter, it's the same thing. You're on this earth for a blink of an eye. So sometimes, we get too concerned, about this world. And the fact is that, everything's very short. So people don't want to think like this. People don't want to talk about death. They don't want to talk about existentialism. They don't want to talk about the triviality of this world, this type of thing. So I think we need to stick to that, because I think one of the things which I really try and highlight is not to overcomplicate how easy it is to give dawah, right? So that's why I don't think, getting into these discussions about whether Islam's an ideology or not, and using that as a starting basis to challenge other ideologies, if that's a good idea at all.
True, Jazakumullah khair. So basically, so if not to to non-Muslims, at least with Muslims, if you understand Islam is because we are living in a society where it's just been limited to an household, to the masjid. We want it to be, subhanallah, we understand and conceptualize it it's more than just a religion, and and plus just understanding because the ummah these days, this day, is the only reason why it's lagging behind, why it's been in such shambles, because there is no ideological consistency. All we've divided to sectarianism, and you are so and so, you're so and so.
So this is where I disagree with you, brother. I don't think that's why the ummah is down. I don't think it's down because of it's not ideologically consistent. So, for example, if you look at the a large number of young Muslims who are, say, at a particular university, are they praying 5 times prayers? No Zionist or no Freemason or who's stopping them. Yeah, it's just they are deciding not to do that. So the thing is, there's multiple reasons why the ummah is in that decline, and the spiritual decline, it leads to the economic decline, the political decline, and the sociological decline. So it's the spiritual decline that we need to actually work on, and there's no barrier to that. And we just need to remind people for the reasons that we exist, and reminding each other as Muslims about the importance of knowing these things. So I'm not into that. I've heard this before, what you're referring to. I've heard this many times, and I personally don't agree with it at all. People aren't practicing Islam because they don't see it as an ideology. I think people are steeped in the dunya, and I think that's, if you look at the main reason why Muslims don't give dawah, Muslims are not, say, practicing, or all of these ills that we have, it's not because they get doubts from listening to murtads, or they get doubts from the God delusion, or, for example, it's the fault of this political, it's the Zionists or the Freemasons, or this or that, or the West. It's simply because they love the dunya. That's the main cause. That is the main cause why, and of course there's other causes as well. But I really don't agree with this, and people say the ummah is down because of colonization. The ummah is down because of this particular thing. Like, the main blame, who's stopping people from reading Fajr in the mosque? Nobody, right? Yeah, even you go to Muslim countries, do you find the mosques are as filled for Fajr as they are for Jummah? No, right? So I really don't agree with that line of thinking.
Like, Jazakumullah khair, I understand that. So I'm just a bit curious, like, if I word it correctly, like, maybe not downfall, but at least for the upbringing, because like when a lot of Muslims say, like, okay, look at the Western hemisphere, why it's been in such, like, incline, or basically not decline, is well because of ideological consistency. Everyone agrees on capitalism or liberalism as their fundamental way of life, and plus the fact is, and plus the fact is, like, till what level can, like, a critical mass be achieved that, like, mashallah, everyone's, alhamdulillah, spiritual enough? Like, I mean, that's always, like, it's a never-ending goal, subhanallah. So how do we?
So this is again where I disagree, right? The people who have that Gora complex, the people who have that, I saw this thing on Twitter today, which was hilarious. The white man became atheist because he had a problem with the church. The Arab became an atheist because he saw that the white man had a problem with the church. Yeah. So the thing is, people who say, "Oh my God, look at the Western technology and this, and we're so far behind." The problem is them. Why have they made the criteria for success wealth? Why have they made the criteria for success scientific progress? The golden era of Islam is not the era of when the Muslims were at the forefront of science. That was a great, fantastic thing. But the golden era was the first 3 generations, because they were spiritually ahead. And of course, if you're spiritually ahead, you're going to be politically ahead, scientifically ahead, technologically ahead, economically ahead, militarily ahead, and so on and so forth. So the thing is, I 100% believe that the love of this dunya, competing for this dunya, as we know in many narrations, which the Prophet spoke about what's going to happen, that is the main thing. That's what's stopping people from coming to the deen and calling others to the deen, right? So this thing about ideology or these types of things, I think it can send people in the wrong direction. That's why I'm very passionate about disagreeing with it.
Alhamdulillah. See, we agree to disagree. At the end of the day, like, we are brothers, alhamdulillah. The fact is, like, we all may have disagreements, but the ummah should be united too. Like, if you're not united, this is what, like, this is the result of what we are in, subhanallah. And jazakumullah khair for all the, like, the efforts, subhanallah, brother Hijab, and, like, for Muslim, for brothers in, like, Uyghur brothers and sisters in China. Really appreciate that. May Allah accept all efforts. And I like how do we feel that we're not doing much enough? Like, what's the feeling of contentment that we can get, alhamdulillah, although we can never be, but like we are doing something for at least for our community or for the ummah.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. I think one way of really pushing yourself to do more in life is actually by understanding the shortness of life. This is something which we get from prophetic narrations. This is something we get from the Quran itself about death, about the shortness of life. Just today, I was listening to one of my favorite authors, Robert Greene, and he was talking about how his book publisher said to him, listen, you're already delayed on your book, so and so, you haven't done this. If you don't do this by this date, then you will have your book cancelled. And this is the book, The 33 Strategies of War. I think he got it in 2007 and stuff. So he said that the very idea that he had in the book, which is the idea of death ground strategy that Sun Tzu spoke about, and we have this in many military strategists, they speak about that when an army has its back against this wall, or when a person, for example, knows that they have a deadline, which is public, when a person has this death ground, then they use all of their energy and resource and focus and passion and desire towards that goal. And he said what he wasn't doing before when he was being lethargic and stuff, but basically not being that productive, he worked like a fiend, and he basically got the book done because there was no other choice, right? So I think that's one way, like if you're talking about how to be more productive, you have to mentally put yourself on death ground.
And that's what the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, a very famous hadith, he said, Mali walid dunya. He said, what do I have to do with this world? ما أنا في الدنيا إلا كراكب استظل تحت شجرة, and said, فراح فتركها. He said, me in this dunya, me in this world is just like a rider, someone who rides. Yeah. So then I shaded myself under the tree and had my rest, and then I left the tree and I went. Meaning, this dunya is fania, it's fleeting, it's temporal, and this is how the Prophet ﷺ, he conceptualized it. And another hadith, كن في الدنيا كالغريب وعابر سبيل. Be in the dunya, be in this world like you are a stranger, or once again, a traveler. And the idea of like we're here for a very short span of time to do what we need to do. So we have to try and get as much done as possible, with all the resources that we can. And we were talking in the beginning about the resources that we do have, and alhamdulillah, it's quite a lot now. And so together we can make it work, and we're trying to, at the end of the day, do ibadah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala at the highest level, and bring our communities involved, get our communities involved in that, and our families, and we have to have a strong sense of mission and purpose.
Absolutely. Thank you, brother Ilyas. It was wonderful speaking to you.
Like, love you guys for the sake of Allah.
Love you too for the sake of Allah. May Allah bless you. Jazakallah khair. Let's now go to So, brother Ilyas, your questions about interest, that's not really something we're going to be covering in this show. Navigating ikhtilaf, brother Al-Yaman, that's again something we don't really want to cover. Okay, Muhammad Ali has a very good question. Let's add him. Where's Muhammad Ali gone? Did he just disappear? No, he is. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. How are you doing, brother?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine. How about you?
Good. Where are you calling in from?
Rawalpindi, Pakistan.
Rawalpindi, mashallah. I've been there. I've been to refreshment center in
Okay.
in a commercial area, whatever it's called.
Sadr commercial area. Okay.
Other commercial area. Rawalpindi is a very ancient city, and there are ancient Hindu temples there. Like when you go there, you look at these temples. How old are they, brother? Those Hindu temples in those regions.
I'm not sure. I'm basically not a local of here, but I just live here. But yeah, you are right. A lot of heritage.
Hinduism was Pakistan, that region. That's where there's a lot of Hinduism. So you have ancient, like, and people just leave them alone. They're derelict. No one prays there. No one does anything. But it's a very historic city, Rawalpindi. Yes. So go ahead, brother. What's your question?
Yesterday I was just reading some Quran and I came across this verse, and it was saying, as I've stated, Allah does not guide the disbelievers, and in another place it says Allah does not guide the fasiqeen or something like that, which I mean believes the disobedient people. But then you have reverts, you have converts. This question came across my mind. Then, if Allah does not guide the disbelievers, but He did guide the disbelievers, and so we have so many reverts. I don't know if I'm not understanding this verse correctly, or is there something else to it?
Okay. So he's basically saying the Quran says Allah does not guide the disbelievers, Allah does not guide the wrongdoers, but then Allah does guide people. So I'll give a short answer, and you can give it. The first thing is, you never take a verse of the Quran on its own. The first thing that you do is you understand it in the context of the Quran itself, because then you find other verses where Allah clarifies that. But the short answer is, Allah, of course, guides whoever wants guidance, and whoever turns away, and especially people who are oppressive and wrongdoers and who reject Allah's guidance, like Fir'aun, then of course Allah doesn't guide those people. But there is no contradiction in this.
Okay.
Elaborate on this point, or is that enough?
I think that's basically you're pretty good. I think that's, unless you want more. Do you want more?
If there is more to it, sure, but this was for me enough, I would say.
Okay. Jazakallah khair, brother. Muhammad Ali, may Allah bless.
I'll just add one more thing,
Sure.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, when He talks about the taba of the qalb, where He basically stamps or steals the heart, He does that when people decide to go astray. And the evidence of that, بل طبع الله على قلوبهم, that Allah has put a seal on their hearts, بكفرهم, because of their disbelief. You see, so there is some kind of a compatibilist symbiosis going on there. Because of their disbelief, then Allah puts a stamp on their heart.
Okay, I understand it now.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as well, this is very interesting. I was reading this as well. There's another ayah in which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, He says, أَفَرَأَيْتَ مَنْ اتَّخَذَ إِلَهَهُ هَوَاهُ وَأَضَلَّهُ اللَّهُ عَلَى عِلْمٍ. Have you seen the one who takes himself as a Lord, and Allah misguides him on knowledge? Yeah. Now, what ilm is it? Is the ilm of Allah, or is it the ilm of the person? Is it the knowledge of the person who is being misguided, or is it the knowledge of Allah? So I was reading in Ishtar al-Alil, a book that Ibn Qayyim wrote. He said both are linguistically possible. And this is a beautiful thing, because it shows you the extent to which the two things are happening at one time. And this is our position. We have a compatibilist position. We don't believe Allah will misguide someone unless they themselves seek that for themselves. And so both things are happening at the same time. How both things are happening at the same time, that's something we don't know. That's the mechanics of qadar, which no one knows how that happens. So
yeah, Jazakallah khair, brother. Muhammad Ali.
Jazakallah.
Okay. Let's go to Brother Hussein, can you post your question, please? Yep. Oh, this classic video. Can you switch on your camera so before we can add you to the live stream, and you can switch off your camera, and once we see that you're a real person and not a bot. There you are, mashallah. Keep your camera on. Look at that.
No one can see it, John.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. How are you doing?
Wa alaikum assalam, brother. I'm doing great. How about you?
Where are you calling from?
From Denmark.
Denmark, mashallah.
Yes,
Here's a question about your video, Conquering Atheism in 8 Minutes. That's actually the first video I saw of hijab. And it was funny enough, I was sitting in the IRA office, and I was sitting on my desk, my desk is here. And Hamza goes, bro, check out this video or something like this. He sent me this video, yeah, and I saw it, and it's you, and you were like maybe 20 kg lighter, and you're just talking. You wear
20
this tie.
kg, I was at least 30 kg lighter, man.
Yeah, and you had this tie.
I was probably about
And bro,
95 kilograms.
And
man.
that video was, I think, one of your first videos, man.
And you know,
Mashallah.
Ham was also, he knew what was coming.
Allah.
Yes, it's a classic. It's a classic.
To be fair to him, after that, Ham was also yourself and other mentors that, you know, when I came into Ayura, they trained me and I became something only with their tutelage and training. I have to give them, "Man lam yashkur an-nas lam yashkur Allah." Whoever doesn't thank the people doesn't thank Allah. So
Even Imran helped you, I think.
scouting, yeah. Oh, Imran, of course. I don't know why I didn't mention him. And Adnan Rashid, and all of these.
Adnan, yeah. Adnan.
Hashim Mansour, Ali Dawah,
Ali Dawah.
Zishan. I can keep. The list goes on. But in terms of actual training, you know, I'm not sure if you remember, but I came here for the training. You actually were part of it. You were doing the evolution
No,
training.
I knew you even before the training. We used to meet at the park.
Yeah, I know.
But you didn't know the rest of the brothers.
But that's when they brought me into Aira and
Yeah.
those formal training and stuff. So this gives you this, subhanAllah, shows you how it's important, like that people keep bringing people into the dawah.
Yeah.
You know, and pulling people into the dawah.
Yeah, we're trying to pull this brother into the dawah, but he's hiding. That guy there. He's hiding.
Hiding, boy. Hiding.
He's hiding.
We've got some people that are going to come into the dawah.
Inshallah. Make dua for them.
Inshallah.
Yes, brother. Your question.
Yes, brother. I was debating an atheist about. I used your arguments. They were very good, mashallah. But he challenged me, and I couldn't answer his question. And he said, in your video, you said that the chance that our universe was a product of chance. It was 10 to the power of 10 times 123. That's the chance, you know.
Yeah. I have to, before you continue, I have to tell you that this was 6 years ago, I think, that video or something like that. Yeah. I've developed the argument from now. I don't use, that was when I first came in, I was using the arguments that were already in the literature. Now, because I've come a long way from that time, I don't use the fine-tuning argument in that way now. I have a better way of using it. I'm not saying that's not right, but yeah, go ahead.
Yes, but my problem was you didn't really contextualize it. Because you didn't say what was the chance of God making a universe. You know, like, what does this mean? What does this number mean?
Yeah, no. So the way this argument is usually made is the following. Yeah, we say, look, you have three options. You have the universe. You have the constants. You have the electromagnetic constant. You know, you have the gravitational constant. You have these constants which are mentioned by like Martin Rees in the book of, you know, it's just 6 numbers or whatever. Yeah. And these numbers, they are finely tuned for life to exist in the universe. We're not talking about how beautiful the universe looks. We're talking about the fact that is it controversial, Hussein, that there is life in the universe? Is that controversial?
No.
So we agree that there's life in the universe, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, and can anyone disagree with us on that? Unless they want to really just, you can't disagree with that fact, right?
Yes.
Is it controversial to say that the constants or that nature facilitates life in the universe?
No.
Is that no, it's not. Now, these 2 points is really all we need. Forget about Roger Penrose or whoever it is who gave us that number 10 to the power 123. Forget about that. Forget that number completely.
Okay.
That we agree that there's life in the universe, yeah?
Yeah.
And we agree that the conditions of the universe are finely tuned that life exists. Even atheists don't have a problem with this. Even as far as I know, Christopher Hitchens and Richard Dawkins and, you know, these people, they don't have an issue. They admit this. In fact, Richard Dawkins in his book, he calls this the Goldilocks zone. They don't have an issue with this. Now, my question is, what is the explanation? That's my only question I have. Is the explanation that this came about because of chance or randomness? I don't even believe randomness and chance exists. I don't believe there's such a thing as randomness and chance. If they say, well, it's there because of its necessity, it has to be there. Okay, no problem. It's there because of necessity. But where did that necessary fact of the universe being the way it is come from itself? Did it just come out of nothing or nowhere? So the answer to this question is that the best explanation is that there's a necessary existence through which everything depends upon and it depends upon nothing. We go back to the original argument that I make, which is the contingency argument. So I'm saying is, you don't even need to make an argument, Hussein. Don't make any argument. Just put it on him, stick it on him, as they say in the streets, in the roadsides, the man them. Yeah, just stick it on him. Yeah, stick it on him. Say, what explains the fact that the universe is finely tuned for life to exist? That's my question. I'm not proposing anything. You tell me. He said, I don't know. So you don't know. What is the best explanation? What is the best? I put it as a question. Sometimes questions are more powerful than arguments. I've had to learn that the hard way. Wallahi, sometimes questions are more powerful than arguments, bro. That's why the Quran asks a question. Am khuliqu min ghayri shay? Were they created from nothing? Am humul khaliqun, or were they themselves created from themselves, creators of themselves? These are questions. I'm saying now, my question is, first question, go and ask him 2 questions, yeah? Hussein, don't make arguments to this guy. He doesn't deserve it. And I'll never do any of these people. Ask them questions, yeah? 2 questions. If he wants to play stubborn, then the hellfire is waiting. With all due respect to them. We're not here to beg people. There's hellfire, eternal hellfire that is sizzling, snap, crackling, popping, vomiting, eating zakum, all of that. It's there for the disbelievers that reject Islam. It's there for them. And on the other hand, you have Jannah, you have eternal bliss in it. Khalas, I have 2 questions and not la thalitha lahuma in it. There's no third of them. What is those 2 questions? Number 1, why is there something rather than nothing? Just ask him that question. You know how easy that question is? Can anyone deny that's an easy question? What's the question I just asked? Why is there something rather than nothing?
You want me to answer?
No. Go and ask the guy. Ask him, why is there something rather than nothing? What's he going to say? I don't know. What's he going to say? What is he? Think about what you would say if you were an atheist to that question. Why is there something rather than nothing? What are you going to say? What are you going to say now? Oh, because something came from nothing. Oh, because something created itself. Whatever you say, you're going to embarrass yourself. Yeah?
Okay, well, then let me ask you another question. Or wait, I'll let you finish.
No, the second question you asked him is exactly what I've done with you. Do you agree that the universe is finely tuned for life to exist in it? Or that the laws of nature are such that they allow life to exist within it? Yes. Now you ask him. I'm not the one answering the questions here. I'm not on trial. Tell him this. Tamim, listen. You say to him, I'm not on trial. I want your opinion. First question, why is there something rather than nothing? Second question, why is it that the universe is finely tuned, or the laws of nature allow life to exist in the universe? 2 questions. Or even better, what is the best explanation for this? What is the best explanation for the fact that the laws of nature, or that the universe allows life to exist? 2 questions, 1 and 2. That's it. Whatever he says,
yes.
Oh, because this, he says, I don't know. Tell him, think about it. Tell him, think about it. Tell him, I'm not here to force you. I'm not here to force you. The Quran says, you're not here to force people. Whoever wants to can believe, and whoever wants to can disbelieve. That's it. These questions, if you're curious to know answers, or if you have explanations which are legitimate, or which are, because there's actually no way out of this. That's it. After these 2 questions, let him think and let it simmer. Let it simmer in his mind. Let him have a little anxious, little panic attack when he's at home before he watches Netflix or has his little noodles, pot noodles. And when he thinks about that question, I'm like, oh yeah, why is there something rather than that? Oh, why is it like that? Let him think about it in his head. Let him write some notes. You are not on trial. You are on trial. He is on trial.
I like that. No, I honestly like that. It's about living rent-free in the guy's brain after you ask the question.
Well, just
It's like you're laying eggs in his brain.
Yeah.
And he's there having existential anxiety while he's trying to have his noodles. Bro, I love it.
Bro, wallahi, he's gonna be he's gonna watch pornography at night and then whatever, eat his pot noodles, have a little Snicker bar, go to sleep, wake up again, you know, this kind of thing, go to the toilet, not wash himself properly, and then, you know, go to school, go to work, go to the college, whatever he does, you know what I'm trying to say, be pervert, you know, look at this person, that person, try that, you know, maybe go to the club, but no woman wants to have intercourse with him, so he gets an escort, and then when he's on his way back home from Soho, yeah, he's gonna be thinking, hey, from Denmark, from the brothel, yeah, or whatever he is going, or after he's hung up the phone to his mum, don't talk to me, you bitch, sorry to say, hang up. He's on the phone and his relationship with his mum, and you know, this and that pot noodle, get the pot noodle ready, he's talking to his boyfriend or the escort that he's paid £50, whatever it is, and maybe in that moment he will think, why is there something rather than nothing?
That's it.
Maybe he'll think that.
That's what he deserves. That's what he deserves for bringing a spoon to a gunfight. You know, if you turn up there and you're epistemologically naked, you're naked, and you turn up, you're gonna get bound and sold. That's what's gonna happen.
And do you know what the
you're gonna be
beautiful,
Ghanima.
do you know what the beautiful thing about asking questions and not making arguments are? That a question can never be wrong.
I like that.
Right.
I like that.
This is logic 101. I'm not making an argument. I'm asking questions here. I'm the police. Tell him, listen, I am the police. Tell him I'm the police. Say, who are you, atheist? You're sitting there with your legs and asking me to prove this and prove that. I'm asking you questions. If you don't want to answer them, that's fine. You can go to hell, quite literally. Like I'm not here to beg and please and this and that and grovel to you. You eat your pot noodle. Yeah,
that's it.
You do your thing,
That's
and
it.
I do my thing. Innit?
That's it.
Lakum dinukum waliya din.
Khalas. Brother, what better way to end that conversation?
Well, another question.
Brother, because we have a lot of people in the chat, could we skip your question, please? Because
well, it relates to this. It's an answer to this question.
The thing is, there's a lot of people waiting, and there's people trying to enter the studio.
Brother, you haven't. I'm saying, don't always. You got the wrong mentality. Don't feel like you need to answer their questions.
Well,
this is wrong.
Because the atheists, they have answers to this.
They have no answers, brother. I know this. I've read their literature. They have zero answers. Bro, they have something called the anthropic principle, which they themselves humiliate themselves about. The weak anthropic, the strong anthropic. See, go and check it out. I'm telling you, brother, they have no answers. Look at this guy. Look at him. Where is he now? Where is he now? He's under the ground. This is one of their top atheists, bro. Like unpopular essays. You know what else is going to be unpopular? Yeah, the taste of his skin to the maggots that are eating him now, as he's already being, as we think of it, being burnt in the punishment of the grave, or humiliated. So forget this guy. I'm saying, don't always feel like you need to answer questions. This is my thing, bro. Do you not always feel like, oh, I have to go and ask? No. I'm not here to give you little answers that you can go to your atheist friend that you're gonna give it to him. You know what he's gonna say? I'm not satisfied. You've made him a food critic of your arguments. Like, you know, I eat this and that. Who are you, brother?
Kick him out of the restaurant. Get out.
You don't know how to clean yourself in the toilet. You don't know this. You don't know that. I don't need to beg you. I don't need to please you. I don't need to answer your questions. Simple.
Okay, brother. Our physics teacher, he says that in quantum mechanics, you know, you have the sine function squared. And so he says that something can come from nothing.
Tell the brother, look, can I say something here? No, look.
What crack is he on?
Look. Everybody, even Krauss himself, and you know this because you're in the debate, who wrote a book called The Universe from Nothing. He himself admits candidly that when we say nothing, we're not talking about the absence of something.
Talking about something.
We're talking about a black hole.
That's the name of his chapter. Something, nothing is something.
No one in history has said that something comes from the absence of something. No one has dared say that. And if they have, they've always been humiliated. Bro, if he's saying that something can come from nothing, and he means by that a quantum hole or a black hole, tell him you have not understood the definition of nothing. Nothing is the absence of something. Tell him what you're saying is contrary to thousands of years of philosophy.
It's essentially the fallacy of equivocation. Yeah. So when philosophers say nothing, they mean an absence of something. They mean ontologically nil, nothing, right? That's what they mean. However, what he means by nothing is still a sea of fluctuating energy.
Why is
it's still something.
Why is science nothing anyway? I don't understand that. Why I don't even understand why.
Or even, for example, something within the universe, right? It is within the universe, which means that it is not nothing.
Anything that's in the universe is nothing.
So this is a fallacy of equivocation. But I do want you to understand something which is very important here. These guys try and hoodwink you using definitions. One thing I'm very pedantic about, and hijab, you find this in the debates as well, we're pedantic about this, is get your definitions right. Because if you don't get your definitions right, if he's meaning by nothing something within the universe, that's a self-serving definition. His argument's essentially circular. He doesn't even need to say something comes from this fluctuating something within quantum mechanics. He doesn't even need to say that because the universe already exists according to his argument, right? So there is no such thing as something from nothing, the philosophical meaning of nothing.
Okay, thank you very much, brothers.
Thank you, man. Take care, my friend.
Brother.
Inshallah. Bye-bye.
Assalamu alaikum.
See you later.
Assalamu alaikum, Sister Boston. Welcome to the live stream. Where are you calling from? We cannot hear you. You are muted. Nope, you've muted yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. How are you doing, sister?
I'm good. I'm coming from the USA. Quick question, like, I'm planning on doing directed studies about like political issues which connect to Muslims, but I need to know like what is Islam's stance on governance and politics so that I don't say anything wrong. Like, it's like if someone plans on getting married, they have to know what Islam says about the process of marriage and marriage itself. I need to learn about Islamic governance. I just don't know where to go because there's not really resources about it online.
Sure. You did this, you've done a master's in politics, right? And the Oxford degree as well was, actually no, the Oxford was a different degree, but yeah, I mean, this is good.
No, my undergraduate was in politics.
Undergraduate was politics,
Yeah.
right? And your master's was, wasn't that in liberalism? You did it on...
There's a few of them. But look, let's give her. What are you looking for, sister? Can I know a little bit more about what you're looking at? Or looking for, like what exactly? What do you mean? What do you want?
Next year, I'm gonna do a directed study on the Israel-Palestine issue, and
Okay.
I need to know whether it's like acceptable to promote or advocate for a two-state solution or a one state binational solution. Like I don't know.
See, now you're being very specific about it. Look, to be honest with you, right? In terms of the Arab-Israel conflict, if you or the Palestine-Israel conflict, yeah. If you want to get into that, you got to ask yourself what your objectives first and foremost are your objectives an attempt to give policy recommendations to the West or to the Arab countries, or are your objectives just to have an academic voice and to think to propose something which many have already proposed before? What you're saying has been proposed. It's one of the most popular proposals, by the way. So what first of all, what is your objective? Is your objective to give advice to the governments, or what is it?
I guess my main objective is to like learn the history so I can like combat Zionist like propaganda. But like,
I think then my advice to you would be keep away from policy recommendations, the like of which will probably not change anything, with all due respect. Like, and I would say that if you first and foremost look at what's out there already, because there's a lot that has been written and a lot that's already exposing Zionists. Like, for example, Norman Finkelstein famously writes lots of books on the issue. Ilan Pappé has many books on the issue. You know, I was interested as well on the whole Zionist thing. One of my things was on one of my master's degrees was in history, and I actually went to an institute called the Leobeck Institute, and that institute was a Jewish institute for Holocaust studies.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was there for a whole year.
Wow.
I did a couple of
And they
things.
try and say you're anti-Semitic, man. That's
Well, you
ridiculous.
know what I mean, you know.
It's absolutely
I
ridiculous.
stay with
man.
them. No, they say that about all of us. I mean, I'm not about you particularly, but
Yeah.
about anyone who does Palestinian activism. But
Even Jewish rabbis, they'll say you're anti-Semitic.
the point I'm making is here. When I did that, I realized that a lot of people had done the work that I want to do in the first place. So I don't want to do something that's already been done.
Yeah.
Because if I need to fill a gap of some sort. So you need to identify what gap you need to fill, because if you're going to do something that's already been done, then it's like flogging a dead horse. It's not adding to the discourse in any meaningful way. So you need to fill up a nice gap in the Israel-Palestine conflict. Now the question could be, what gap is there to fill? And I'll tell you what I think is a good gap for you to fill, if you want me to tell you that.
Yeah.
All right, so I think a good gap for you to fill is the following. I think you should assess the differences in Israeli narratives, in the 60s and 70s and in the early 80s compared to the 90s till now. And I'll tell you what I mean by that in particular. Hamas is now obviously the main target of Israel and the scapegoat of Israel,
Yeah.
And they use Hamas as the major scapegoat in order to blame all the problems that are happening and all the conflicts happening on them, But what I think you'll find meaningful are 2 or 3 different things. Number one is that the same language that they're using with Islamist Hamas, they use with the PLO. Now, what this shows is that there's nothing intrinsic about the entity that they're fighting. It's just the fact that they're fighting Palestinians and they're using the same language. And so you could do a media analysis, or you can do a governmental analysis. Look at the main transcripts of prime ministers of Israel from the time of its inceptions all the way till now, and see if there's any like a language analysis. So that's one idea, to look at either the media, and you have to be specific with these things. So you either look at the media and or the government officials, see how their language, what kind of lexis they were using at the time of the PLO, and then how that changed or remained the same at the time of Hamas. I think another interesting point is the fact that many people don't know, obviously, that Israel funded Hamas at one point, and they took the money. The reason why they took the money, or why they funded it, or Hamas in the beginning, was because they were against the PLO, and they wanted to create division between the PLO and Hamas. So if you can look at just that by itself, why did Israel fund Hamas? That itself, I don't think much work has been done on that, because I looked into the literature of this, and there are some sporadic kind of things that have been written about it in terms of peer-reviewed journals, but as far as I know, there is no book that has been written on this at all. So that's a gap. So why is it that Israel is giving money to Hamas and then condemning them thereafter? So that's a very interesting thing, right? Another thing is that you can do an analysis of all the conflicts that have happened since 2005. Why 2005? Because that's when there was the removal of the last settlers in Gaza, up until now. And you can do an analysis that has been done, though, by Norman Finkelstein and others. But once again, it can be like you can choose a theme and go with it. But I think that from my reading, if you do what I've said in the first and second examples, you'd be better off. Because this is what you want to show, right? You want to show that the Israeli propaganda machine does not care whether its enemy is an Islamist one or a nationalist one. It will use the same jargon, the same excuses, and the same scapegoating tactics that it's always used. Because if you show that, then you'll show that it's not actually a situation of Islamism, because they're trying to take the war on terror narrative and kind of use that. Because obviously Hamas is now is at least seen as a terrorist organization by many of the international organs. But if you show that they were saying the same thing about nationalist secularists, then I think you have something there.
All right, that's cool. And can I ask like one last quick question? It's like this.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm generally interested in like Islamic politics and governance, just like even if it's not related to a specific issue today. Like, where can I learn like Islamic economics if I'm interested in that? I have a lot of resources, but like I don't know where to go to learn this.
I'll tell you the truth of the matter. you can't just jump into Islamic politics. You can't just do that. Traditionally, when you're learning about Islam, you learn the Quran, you learn the Sunnah, you learn the Arabic language, you learn jurisprudence. Now, when you learn jurisprudence, you have to go through the 5 pillars of Islam. You have to go through, after that, you have to go through like Kitab al-Buyu' and transactions and nikah, marriage, like you mentioned this stuff, yeah, and talaq and khula and all that stuff. And then you have specific chapters that relate to politics. And then you also have specific books like Ahkam al-Sultaniyah, which is written by al-Mawaridi. Or you have Ghiyathi, which is written by Juwayni. And these books, which are specialized books in Islamic governance, that are written in Arabic, that I don't know have even been translated. Some of them may have been translated, some of them may not have been translated. But you can't just jump into, it's wrong to just jump into Islamic government and politics. You have to take this kind of student of knowledge process step by step, and then land at it when you've finished everything else. Otherwise, it will be ad hoc, and you might not even understand it, because a lot of the terms that are going to be used and the terminologies, it will be foreign if you've never done anything else before. Moreover, you have to learn usul al-fiqh, which is the principles of jurisprudence. And with that, there's a step-by-step program of how you learn that. So people start with Waraqat, the book that's written by Juwayni. People start with a small book, you know, on the matter, and then they move on to another bigger book. You know, and because you can't just say, I want to learn about Islamic government and politics. If you want to know about Islamic law, because Islamic government and politics, it goes underneath law, Islamic law. And Islamic law has its own language, it has its own terminologies, it has its own way of like, oh, how do I understand difference of opinion? How do I understand it? How do I reconcile it? All that stuff. You will just be a bull in the china shop, or you'll be, I don't know, whatever you'll be if you don't take this stuff step by step. It's like me, for example. I can't just say I want to, because this is probably the best example I can give. I'm living in the UK, you're living in Boston. Yeah, I don't know if you're living in Boston, if that's just your name. But you're living in America. So you've got constitutional law, you have state law. These are 2 types of law that you have. Yeah. Now, if you said I want to learn state law and I want to learn laws about guns in the state of wherever, Texas, yeah. Now someone will say to you, you can't know anything about gun laws in Texas until you first understand the American Constitution. And because the American Constitution has the Second Amendment, I mean, it's a good example. Yeah, you can't know anything about gun laws unless you know about the Constitution, and then you start learning about state laws, and then you start learning about how that interacts with federal laws, and so on. So, in a sense, you have to take this thing step by step, and there's no shortcuts with this. There is actually, I can't give you a thing. I can give you the names of the books, but you're going to access them, and if you've never done any Islamic law before, you're going to access them not knowing where to start.
Mohili, anything to add to the books? Like he mentioned the Ahkam al-Sultaniyah, and what was the other one?
Ghiyathi.
These
are the 2 main ones out there that we learn.
So how to become a student of knowledge then? I live in the US. I don't like what?
Start with the Quran. Try and memorize the Quran. And trying to get a teacher for doing tajweed and stuff. So you memorize the Quran, then you go to your teacher, and then you learn that, and also Arabic language. Yeah. So when you've done those 2 things, then you can start. Say for example, you've memorized a third of the Quran or 5 juz or something, then you can move on to like fiqh, like Islamic law, aqidah, and these things. But just start with the Quran. Try and memorize at least 5 juz, let's say. Let's give you a target. 5 juz, which is equivalent to 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 100 pages. Memorize 100 pages of the Quran, which is 1/6 of the Quran, and learn the Arabic language. Yeah. And then you can access those books.
So let's move on. There's a few people waiting. Sister Boston, for joining us. Okay, Brother Marwan, you had a good question about the cosmological argument, and you're going to be, inshallah, doing the PhD. Have you announced the topic?
PhD. It's going to be on a contingency argument.
Contingency argument, right? So there's a question, Marwan. Could you switch on your camera in the back end so we can see you? Yep, you can switch it off, or you can keep it on. But we'd like to keep it on. Why not? I like to talk to people. There you go. We're going to ask him to keep it on. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Is it muted?
You're muted. You need to unmute yourself.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. How are you brothers doing?
I'm good. Where are you calling in from, my friend?
Montreal, Canada.
MashaAllah. A lot of Canadians. MashaAllah. Good. What's your question then?
By the way, what you mentioned earlier about like having a group, and whenever somebody posts something, and then there's a lot of people like they just go on comments and likes and everything. There are some politicians and some people on social media, they use like something called Lempod. I'm not sure if you ever heard this term. So it's like an application where a lot of people, they join and they have one goal, is to, whenever somebody posts something, like everybody sees it and they just go and like and comment on it, you know, random comments just to push them out. It's Lempod. It's
How do you spell that? Yeah.
Lempod.
Lempod.
Yeah. But it's like an application. I'm not sure how much you pay for it, but I'm just saying that if you see like, I don't know, Sam Harris, and he has a lot of comments, and maybe he's just using that, right?
He doesn't have many comments.
Bro, I was surprised Hijab put up this thing because he tried to engage with Hijab, then he ran away. But it's quite funny.
It's so, yeah.
One of the things is he's got 1 million plus followers,
1.5 million.
and I was shocked that my
Your tweets
Twitter,
are getting higher than
mine's not even 30K. I was like, this doesn't make any sense. The live feed for today that I sent out on Twitter just a few hours ago for this live, I think had the same tweet that he gets, and that's just one of the tweets today.
He's finished, brother.
Yeah. So sometimes I think these people. Sometimes I feel they're artificially made. Honestly,
Exactly. No. In Twitter, it's easy to buy followers apparently, because there's the tricks you can get like fake followers and stuff.
Bots.
Is that what they're called?
Yeah, bots are basically the Chinese government uses them. You basically have these accounts. They're fake. They post. They use this algorithm to do stuff.
It's just to trick the algorithm. Basically, when Twitter like it sees that a lot of people commenting, it thinks that the algorithm, that's how it works. They think.
So I just wanted to add something about this. Obviously, I'd like to thank you for giving us that what's it called? Suggestion, Lempod. However, I just wanted to add something here. Whenever you try and artificially get people to support you, or for example, you're trying to, like with these guys, they have these certain people that want to help them out, whatever. There's nothing in comparison to when you have an organic volcanic eruption online, where, for example, there's something going on and someone makes a meme, someone else does this, someone else leaves a comment, someone else says, debate Muhammad Hijab coward. You just get randomness. That is out of control, and obviously some of it we don't agree with, but you get all these types of things. But I think it's super important that we have this organic, feeling, and also that we support each other. So, for example, when we get issues that come up and someone's making a claim, one of the best things about Muslim Twitter is when people will DM me and say to me, here's something I found. So, they'll give you novel information which you didn't know. In fact, one of my lectures that I gave about Islam under the Darwinian lens, which was all about understanding Islam from a Darwinistic perspective, how they would see us, is based upon this brother who's tweeting stuff, and then I got resources from him.
No way.
A lot of that lecture, I mean, there's a part of it which was heavily dependent on his input. So these things are very important. So, Brother Marwan, you had this question about, I believe, the contingency argument.
Yeah. So I watched the Londonia by Mohammed Hijab on Sapiens Institute.
Good.
And
how are you finding the series?
Gosh, it's like the series that I've been missing. Actually, it's really organized. It's straight to the point. And what's even interesting is that there's a group, like the concept of it. Sometimes I want to ask questions, and then somebody else asks it. So that's really because I know if I send an email to Mohammed Hijab, he's never gonna answer. So at least there are these brothers is gonna.
This is evidence against you. I'm right here answering it right now.
Yeah, exactly. So it's either I have to wait till today, or Yeah. So my question basically, there is a brother who asked on Londonia about the pantheism. I'm still struggling to refute pantheism, like with the contingency argument, because what you said basically is that well, pantheism is that it's either the universe is eternal, right, or there are multiverse, right? And the way how to refute that is, well, if the universe is composed of parts, contingent parts, so that it's contingent in itself and it cannot be independent being.
Yeah.
But like when you say, like, there are two things. When you say it's composed of parts, like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by part? And even if it's composed of parts, like, what would be the issue if those parts are like interdependent, right? Because seriously, if
Okay. Well, look. Let me use an example of a book. Yeah, this is a book. It's made out of parts, and the parts of it are the pages of the book, right? Correct.
Yeah.
Right. So these are the pages of the book. I don't know what book this is anyway. It looks Jewish Historical Society of England. What's this?
Bro, looks like a very old
Oh my
book.
God. What the hell is this now? Oh my God. Look at that. Caricature. Very interesting.
Go back to the date. I'm actually sorry, we're getting distracted by this book. Look at the how old this is. I think it's one of 1960.
Anyway,
Interesting.
this is a book, right? And this is the whole of the book, correct?
Yeah.
And it's made out of parts, correct? Now, if I take a part out, if I take all the parts out of this book, if I take all parts out of this book, does it remain as a book?
it's not a book anymore, but
Okay. فإذا عدم الجزء عدم الكل. If the parts are taken out, then the whole thing is taken out. If that's conceivable, that if parts are taken out, the whole thing is taken out, then there's no way this thing that I'm talking about is necessary and independent. Because necessary and independent means it's always there and it can never be any other way.
okay.
So it's really it's simple as that.
So the thing with that,
Yeah.
well, when you take off
By the way,
the pages,
Sorry, because I forgot that you mentioned another thing. Yeah, you said what about if it's interdependent? Anything which is interdependent by definition is dependent. Because what does the word interdependent mean? Interdependent means things which rely on each other. So if in order for this book to exist, there's a interdependence, or each page relies upon the existence of other pages in this book in order to exist, then what we're saying is that this thing is dependent, because everything interdependent is by definition dependent. What is dependence? Something which relies upon something else for its existence. What is interdependence? Something which relies on something else in order to exist. So in many ways, what you're saying is, if we admit that it's dependent, then khalas, it cannot be dependent and necessary at the same time.
so just to the first point you said, if you take off the pages, it's not a book anymore. So it's for that reason it's contingent.
Yeah.
Well, if you take off the pages, then it's just the way how we perceive a book, that like this bottle. If I break the bottle, like when you say al-adam, it's not in like the atoms of this bottle, they're still there, they still exist in the universe. There is no such a thing as adam, like for the book, for example. Like if you take off the pages, is that those atoms that constitute the pages
Okay. Good.
always going to be there? But
So here's what I'm saying. How do we describe the kull here? How do we describe the whole of this book? How is this book how do we describe the whole of this book?
that it has many pages, like
Yeah, so we describe it through its parts, right?
yeah.
Now, if I say, well, I've just disassembled all its parts, and or there's maybe 300-400 pages, and I've scattered them around, they still exist, but they exist in a different form. Now, what I'm saying is the fact that I can rearrange them like this. You see, there's 100. There's, I don't know. Let me see, 208 pages of this book. Yeah, 232 pages. If I take the 232 pages and make page 1, page 232, and page 232, make it like monarchis, the opposite. Instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's 232, 231, etc., etc. I've rearranged it. The fact that now I can rearrange this book means that there's nothing necessary about the arrangement and the form of this book. There's nothing necessary about it at all.
So it's just the meaning of book that changes, but what constitutes the book itself doesn't really change, because it's still going to be there. No, like for example, in
the book as it is, the way in which the book is now from 1 to 232 The way in which the book is like that, the form, the surah, the shakl, the haykel, whatever you want to use, what word you want to use, the form of the book as it is now can be rearranged. Now, let me give you an example, because I feel like the issue here is we don't know the difference between contingency and necessity. Necessity, 2 + 2 = 4. 2 + 2 = 4. Is there any way you can 2 + 2 = 4 can be arranged in any other way? Can it be arranged in any other way? Can 2 + 2 equal anything other than 4?
No, obviously.
No. Which means it's necessary. So it's impossible to rearrange 2 + 2 to equal anything other than 4. It's eternally that way. It's necessarily that way, and it will continue being that way. It cannot be any other way. Now, this is not the same with the arrangement of the parts of this book. The arrangement of the parts of this book can be other ways. This book itself can be another way. Instead of this color, which I would describe as beige, yeah, I don't know, maybe we're colorblind, but it could have been blue. I can actually paint it right now. I can make it blue. I can, if do you want me to do? It looks like a historic book. I don't want to ruin it. But I can change this book. There's nothing necessary about this book. Now you might say, well, if we define necessity as something susceptibility to destructibility and generation, yeah,
Exactly, yeah.
then in the closed system of the universe, energy cannot be destroyed, cannot be destroyed, and therefore the atoms will take another form. I'm saying I'm not defining contingency in only that way. I'm defining contingency in 3 ways. Number 1, something that can be any other way. Number 1, yeah. Number 2, something susceptibility to destruction and generation destruction, yeah. And number 3, something which relies on something else for its existence. Now, even if you argue that, well, it cannot be really destroyed because its atoms will take another form, I'm saying it's still not necessary because it can be arranged in another way. The parts of this whole can be arranged in a way which is currently not arranged. It can be a way in which is currently not is. So, which means that it meets the criterion of contingency because it can be another way. You get it?
And yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
What would you say to like deterministic perspective on this? Like, why do you assume that it could be any other way? Like, maybe it's just the way how it is for like infinitely in the past. Like,
No, you're now confusing eternality. You're confusing eternality and necessity. Okay, it's conceivable that something can be eternal but not necessary. It's conceivable. How so? Because something can be eternal but rely upon something necessary. And that's why the ulama of Islam, they differentiated between what is referred to as wajibun li nafsihi and wajibun li ghayri, which is necessary for its own sake and necessary or in and of itself and necessary because of something else. So, for example, if I were to say you have a sun, which is let's say the sun is necessary. The sun, yani, the shams, yeah? And then these rays are contingent and they are dependent on the sun. So the fact that the rays exist and that they're contingent on the sun doesn't mean that just because and they're both eternal. The fact that the rays exist and that they're contingent on the sun, it doesn't mean that the rays are necessary. It just because they're eternal, because they're dependent upon something which is necessary, which in this case is the sun or eternal. You get it?
I think was it Ibn Sina who said who said like the universe could be eternal with God?
Yeah, that's his belief. Yeah, that's his belief.
So what was the refutation to that? Like that the universe has a beginning, basically.
Yeah, it's Islamic refutation. It's clearly against the Quran and Sunnah.
Okay, yeah, against the free will of Allah. Yeah.
Al-Ghazali had this kind of refutations, if you want to.
Yeah. So what about the attributes of God? You also said
like affirm all the attributes of God through these kind of argumentations. That's why there's a point where you need like the rahmah of Allah and the fact that He's afu and ghafoor and rahim and all that stuff. That needs to be affirmed through revelation.
But are they necessary or contingent?
Yeah. All attributes of Allah are necessary.
So would that mean that because you spoke about sifat dhatiya and sifat, there's a sifat dhatiya and sifat Sifat
Yeah.
Fi'liya, right? So like if something changes, because he said, for example, وقد حرمت الظلم على نفسي, something like that. I don't remember, like, right? So would that mean that if Sifat Fi'liya was different, like Sifat Dhati was still the same, so he's still gonna be God, right? So would that mean that? So you said there are Sifat Dhatiya, the Irada, Sifat Fi'liya.
Yeah, and the Irada of Allah and the Fi'liya, yeah.
If the Fi'liya changes, Sifat Dhatiya won't change, so he's still gonna be God, even the Fi'liya changes. Would that mean that the Fi'liya is contingent, not necessary? Because he's still gonna be God either way. That's not gonna change anything for him.
No, it's being controlled by the Irada. That's all it means. It's not dependent. We don't use the word dependent. It's being controlled by the will of God. So the verbal attributes of God are controlled by the will of God. If Allah wants to speak, if Allah wants to speak, he wills that and he does that.
So they're contingent upon his will.
We don't need to use the word contingent. They're controlled by his will.
Okay. Yeah. So when you speak with atheists, for example, and because when you speak, like, the existence of the universe could be explained with three options. It's either it's created itself, or it's eternal, or it has been created by someone. Like, I think created by itself, it's
eternal. Eternal does not disturb the God thesis. Even if the universe was eternal, it doesn't mean it was infinite. Like,
is that what Ibn Sina argued?
Yeah, he believed that it was eternal. So did Aristotle. What I'm saying is, believing that the universe is eternal is not a threat to Allah. It's not an option.
Because you said in Londonia, you said that if they accept that even these contingent existence that it's part of the universe, if they accept that the whole thing is independent, that they're closer to theism than atheism. So instead of proving that instead of trying to refute pantheism, we can just
no, because pantheism can be refuted.
No, I mean, instead of trying to argue that there is an independent being outside of the universe, we can just accept their pantheism and go from there, right? And then speak probably about consciousness, free will, determinism, and all of those aspects to prove the other attributes of God.
I see what you're saying. If they have a misnomer, like, what would be better? To dismiss, to argue against pantheism through composition, which I think will be successful, or to go straight to Quran. Both are legit.
Okay.
Whatever you go with that.
So if they don't really accept the composition argument, then we can go with Quran and just prove other attributes and prove that there is actually God.
Exactly. It's not like set in stone, so you can decide to go through the Quran after you've done.
Makes sense. Yeah, those are. I had just a comment on the BBC interview. Not sure if.
Could we go to a few other brothers, because they're waiting in the chat?
Okay, sure, no problem.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you so much, brother Marwan. May Allah bless you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, brother Subhan. How are you doing?
Wa alaikum salam. How are you guys? You okay?
Alhamdulillah. Where are you calling in from?
From Birmingham, UK.
Birmingham, mashallah. Birmingham Sharif.
Birmingham Sharif. Mashallah.
How you doing, bro? Yeah.
So what's your question?
My question was for Brother Hijab. I wanted to ask why there cannot be multiple necessary existences, and maybe to explain that a bit more, especially because in his book he said that one of the two necessary beings would have to be conceived of differently, and if you could just explain that a little bit more.
Right. So if you have God one, let's say, or necessary existence one, and that is defined as something that cannot be conceived of in any other way, and then you have necessary existence two. Now, what differentiates necessary existence one, God one, from God two? So you say nothing differentiates God one from God two. You say, then therefore you're talking about the same person. Well, you're talking about the same entity. If you say nothing distinguishes God 1 from God 2, then you're effectively describing the same thing twice. If you say no, property X differentiates God 1 from God 2, the fact that property X can exist is an indication that either God 1 or God 2, both or one of them, is contingent.
So essentially,
Because that can be any other way. If there's an entity that cannot be any other way, but there's another entity which is a different way to entity A, that must mean that either of them or both of them is not necessary by necessity. That plus the best argument is the Qur'anic one. ما اتخذ الله من ولد وما كان معه من إله إذا لذهب كل إله بما خلق ولعلى بعضهم على بعض. You know, that is basically, you can't have more than one all-powerful. If you're all-powerful, that you have power over all things, how can you have two? Does God 1 have power over God 2, or does God 2 have power over God 1? And if they don't have power over each other, that means they're all-powerful anyway. So these are two classic ways, which I haven't seen much resistance to these ways, by the way.
That's covered in, I believe, Imam Tahawi's book, right? He covers the explanation of his book, in which you can't have two wills.
Yeah.
So if you have will 1, which says, so for example, hypothetically, you have two gods. You have one God who says, I want it to rain. God number 2 says, I don't want it to rain. So you got a few options. You got the first option, in which they cancel each other out, so therefore they're both not God. You get one where it rains, one where it doesn't rain, and that means one God is supreme over the other, therefore he's not God because he can't enact his will.
Yeah, and do you know what, that's in the Quran as well, where it says, لو كان فيهما آلهة إلا الله لفسدتا. If there was in them, either heavens and earth, more than one God, they would have both been corrupt. Meaning, like you said, if you have two wills, because if there's one idara, one management that's happening from one will, so you can't have two of those, because if you have two of those, like you mentioned, beautiful examples, that's the kind of fasad that would happen. One wants to rain, one wants to snow. What's going to happen? Nothing's going to happen. So the uniformity and the regularity and the stability of nature is an indication, as an evidence, as a proof for the fact there's only one will.
Also, it's very interesting, is you will not find, it's very interesting, you'll find people using philosophy and rational arguments to argue against God. But you will not really find humans arguing for multiple gods. What do I mean by that? Even Hindus do not actually argue for multiple gods.
Yeah.
They actually believe overall there is one God, and they believe in these demigods. When you come to, for example, the Nordic beliefs, right, they also believe ultimately in one God, but then you get, these sub-gods. So true polytheism is never really argued for philosophically, because it's just, conceptually we do it. Obviously, we're trying to cover all bases. And if an atheist wants to play devil's advocate, they do that. But no one actually holds that position. I think that's very important to highlight as well. Is that okay, brother Subhan?
Yeah, so can I just... You mentioned that these kind of ancient civilizations, I think even the Quraysh, they believed in Allah as the supreme kind of God, and then the rest of the gods were kind of lesser gods. Is that refuted in the same way?
Yeah, it can be. What I was trying to argue for is that philosophically they will not try and do that. Like mushriks don't have a history of philosophy, if you like.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? If they believe in God, they will understand conceptually the rububiyyah aspect. They'll understand that. Where they disagree is uluhiyyah. They want to make others as partners with Allah, calling upon the dead and all this type of stuff. But no one really disagrees with rububiyyah. Rububiyyah in its essence is so... I've not ever come across someone either to deny God outright, but to actually argue for two independent, all-powerful beings. No, I've never come across anybody who's ever done that.
So, but if they do believe in a demigod, why is that then inconsistent?
It's not inconsistent. A belief in a demigod is not the same as the belief as in two independent deities.
Yeah,
that's them trying to bring in shirk in a system in which they accept rububiyyah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see? And that's the main issue that we get amongst people who, other religions, and even certain Muslims who try and argue for, these types of things where they are calling upon, like for example, the Shia, they call upon the dead, this type of stuff. They essentially accept rububiyyah. No one rejects rububiyyah. Even Hindus, I was talking to this Hindu guy. And I said to him, "Why do you believe in multiple gods?" He said, "We don't believe in multiple gods."
Wow.
So a true learned Hindu would not say we believe in multiple gods. They would say, yes, there's ultimately one reality, but then you have all these, type of ways of getting to God, tariqas, from their perspective. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, brother Subhan. We will now go to the next questioner. Jazakallah khair. Okay. So let me just go back to the chat, look at the questions that you guys were posting. There's a question about the Uyghurs. We're not really covering that in this show. Okay, Ahmed Muhiddin has a very interesting question. Assalamu alaikum, brother Ahmed.
Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How are you doing?
Fine, fine.
Where are you calling from?
Hyderabad, India.
MashaAllah. Hyderabad is an amazing place. No. You know the history, yeah? Hyderabad, even today, the hub of Islam.
Yes, 40% Muslim population.
Hyderabad has a dawah movement as well. There's a lot of dawah in Hyderabad. Also, at one point, was very interesting. The Ottomans, they had the end of the Khilafat, right? So then the son of the Khalifa, he married the Nazim. The Nazim was the Sultan of Hyderabad. They both married each other to restart the Caliphate.
Bro, man, I'm impressed.
I'm
impressed that you know this stuff.
No, this is well known. This is well known stuff.
I don't know that.
Brother Ahmed, this is well known history in Hyderabad, isn't it?
Yeah. Nizam of Hyderabad. They married.
Yeah,
I'm not impressed by him.
And anyway, brother, this is very interesting. Yeah, the Nizam of Hyderabad came to the UK. Yeah.
Okay.
And he wanted to get Rolls Royce. Do you know this story about the Rolls Royce?
Yeah, Rolls Royce. Yeah, that story.
And they rejected him. They were treating him like an Indian. So what he did is he bought a whole bunch of Rolls Royces. He took them to Hyderabad because he was rich, and he made them sweep the roads.
Yes, in Old City, near Charminar.
The Nizam of Hyderabad was one of the richest men in the world, and he was like the Sultan.
He made who sweep the road?
He basically used Rolls Royces to sweep roads. You had a man with a broom going like this through the Rolls Royce. So
I need to do like this.
Basically, they were supposed to be an independent Muslim state, but then India overtook them.
Wow, man, I'm really impressed by this.
Yeah. So
India invaded Hyderabad.
Yeah. So no, Hyderabad is basically an entirely Muslim region, pretty much.
Wow.
I think how many Hindus are there in Hyderabad? Like 10%.
No, in Hyderabad city, previously in 1980s there were 50% Muslims, but but in 2020 only 30 to 35% Muslim population, with 7 MLAs out of 15 are Muslims.
And the entire princeling system, the independent system of Hyderabad's finished now, isn't it? India destroyed that.
Yeah. Hyderabad state was consists of three languages. Karnataka, which has 3 districts, and Marathwada, and Telangana. Now Telangana is a new state. Marathwada is added into Maharashtra, and parts of Karnataka are now in Karnataka. Previously, they were in Hyderabad state.
Warriors, bro. Tell us about the Hyderabadi warriors, bro.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's one of them, brother. Look at him.
He is, bro. He's a future warrior, mashallah.
Well, during Operation Polo, so according to government figures, 50,000 Muslims were killed in Hyderabad state, all over the state. But
Allah.
that are only.
Speak Ahmed Muhyiddin.
Yes.
What language do you speak apart from English? What's the one that you speak?
Apart from English, Hindi, Urdu, Telugu.
Telugu.
Yeah, Telugu is a regional language in Telangana.
Well, well-known
Hyderabad
language.
state, there were three languages: Telugu, Kannada, and Marathi. Both three languages, the districts were redistributed into different states. Now parts of Hyderabad state are in Maharashtra, Marathi-speaking state, and
Wow.
Kannada-speaking state are in Karnataka, and
And how is your curry
and the
made?
Telugu-speaking parts are in Telangana now.
How, brother? How
The
is,
Hyderabadi food is well known. Like
Is it?
Hyderabadi biryani. If you put it
Yeah,
in YouTube,
biryani.
amazing videos. They're well known for
Wallah.
their biryanis. Yeah.
is it like Gujarati ones?
No, totally different. It's a totally India's like a continent, and Hyderabad is one. It's totally different to Gujarat. Totally different.
No, the food I'm saying.
And they have their own Gorap, by the way. The brothers on the ground, you know, we say Gorap, God's existence, oneness, revelation, and prophethood. Yeah, they have TRA, Tawheed, Risala, Akhirah,
Allahu Akbar.
and they have people converting. Mashallah, Hindus converting to Islam as well. And the Hindus and Muslims get along in Hyderabad. They have a very good relationship. It's not like the rest of these Indian states where Muslims are being persecuted.
I'm
Yeah.
so much, wallah. I'd love to come down to Hyderabad.
No, bro.
Hyderabad is in South India, and South India is very peaceful, very secular.
Secular.
No, as in you entering India with their fascist government, they'll probably kill you, bro.
And
They probably first make a statue of you and start worshipping, then kill you.
They need to get me a couple of those Rolls Royces.
no, but not like in our state. BJP never won an election in our state. In
Sorry?
Telangana. BJP never won a single election in our state.
Yeah,
How could they?
they have Muslim politicians. They have amazing Muslim politicians.
Imagine if they voted for Modi.
No,
That would be ridiculous.
no.
Yeah.
But
Muslim
alhamdulillah, it's safe. It's safe.
Yeah, it's
Wow,
safe. It's very safe. Due to Hindus, it's very safe. They
Due to
don't. Due to Hindus, majority
No,
of them. Hyderabad.
So sorry to cut you off. You see, the Hindus in south of India
Hmm.
are very peaceful and very nice, and they have no problem with Muslims.
Really? Yeah?
The Hindus of northern India,
Yeah.
they are the ones who are persecuting Muslims.
Ah.
And that's because Hinduism doesn't technically exist. Hinduism is not a religion.
So they got a good relationship with Hindus then, yeah?
Yeah. So you see, the parts of India that are in the south, the Muslims and Hindus, you never find interfighting.
Or is it?
And those, you might have to remember.
You guys are quite close to Sri Lanka, right?
No. Hyderabad is really, you can
Central.
say it is in central India, near central India.
I need to look at the map.
700 kilometers from Mumbai. 700 kilometers from
Is it?
Mumbai. 500 from Bangalore. It
Bangalore?
is really, yeah.
Where's that?
700 kilometers from Bangalore.
Imagine this, Hijab,
Bangalore,
yeah?
right, Silicon Valley of India.
Here's Pakistan.
Wait, let me write it down.
Here's Pakistan. Here's Gujarat. Here's like
How-
Sri Lanka.
how do you spell
And
it?
Hyderabad would be in the middle. It's above
Yeah,
Tamil Nadu.
Hyderabad. No, it is very above Tamil Nadu, Hyderabad. Hyderabad is very cosmopolitan city, no? Because of Nizam of Hyderabad, and previously Quli Qutub Shah used to rule
I can see it. now.
Hyderabad. Muslim,
It's
they were
not
also Muslim,
million
Qutub
people.
Shahis.
So, okay. That's fantastic. It looks nice, man. Looks beautiful, actually, to be honest. It looks very nice.
How wealthy was the Nizam of Hyderabad?
Yeah, he was the wealthiest person in 1930s to 1950s.
Oh my god.
He was the Sultan. Yeah, he was very rich.
Is he? What,
Sabur
is,
Bhai,
is he loved?
This is him.
yeah,
on
he's
time.
really. Sabur Bhai, he donated 5 crores to Banaras Hindu University. Being a Muslim, he donated 5 crores to Banaras Hindu University.
Yes.
He has built many temples also in your state because it is very cosmopolitan and secular. Because of him, we are very safe in
Why did he do
this
this?
part of India.
Why?
No, politically, you know, Hindus and Muslims, they have these certain relationships where basically they have non-theological alliances, political alliances.
Oh, I see it here. It says that there's lots of slums in Hyderabad. Is that true?
Hyderabad in old city where Muslims live.
Lots of slums.
Yeah, in old city, in central part of Hyderabad. Majority of the slums are inhabited by Muslims.
Oh, subhanallah.
Yeah. So, brother, on to your question. You had a question
Yeah.
which I forgot what your
But it
question
looks
was.
amazing. Look at the stuff they got there, bro, man.
Yeah.
Nice. Look at that, bro, man. It's nice.
Invite hijab to Hyderabad. Let's see if he gets in. Let's see if the
No.
BJP will let him in
They
through the
won't-
airport.
I have to.
No, they will easily let. Maybe I don't. No, if it was any secular party other than BJP, Congress, or Third Alliances, they could have.
You see, this is a misconception. There's actually very good Hindus in India. They're
Yeah.
not all bad. They defend Muslims. They understand that what this fascist government's doing long term is going to destroy India. Yeah. And there's a lot of pacifist Hindus who follow the Gandhi tradition. Gandhi was killed by these extremists. Gandhi was killed by
Yeah,
Hindus.
Godse.
Extremists. So the people in power today, they hate Gandhi.
But Gandhi hated Pakistan, isn't it? As well?
No, they didn't want Pakistan to split. Yeah. But Gandhi was not anti-Muslim.
Was he not?
No. Gandhi was
No.
pacifist. He's friends with Muslims.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sabur bhai, the title of Mahatma Gandhi, the Mahatma was given by the Imam of Jama Masjid, Delhi.
Imam
Muslims
of Jama.
given,
By
yeah,
the way,
Muslims give Mahatma Gandhi the title Mahatma.
Yeah, remember the Muslims of India, they with the Hindus were united against the British. So even political leaders like Allama Iqbal and Mahatma Gandhi, these guys, they were working together because they all hated the British. Later on, they split Pakistan, India, but initially they all had this type of hatred. But over to your question, brother. Let's deal with the question. There's a few people waiting and stuff. Jazakallah khair.
My question is really simple. When I read Quran, the stories in Quran are either found in Bible or Torah or in Sumerian manuscript or Sumerian civilization or Greek civilization, or some part of Quran is from pre-Islamic Arabia, like the concept of jinn. So I think it is really easy for a man living in 7th century Arabia to collect all these stories and claim that it is word of God. He is getting revelation.
Yeah, so this is something missionaries use quite often. They say the Quran is using borrowed stories from the ancient civilizations and is even from the Torah and the Bible and so on and so forth. The first thing to note is the early stories of humanity, like the story of Nuh alayhi salam, the story of Adam alayhi salam, the story of Ibrahim alayhi salam. These are in the Quran because these are real events. These are things that happen. So of course they're going to be mentioned in the Bible, in the Old Testament and the New Testament. And in fact, it wouldn't make sense for a prophet to be a descendant of the other prophets like Ibrahim alayhi salam and not have those messages. And the important thing here is that the lessons from these stories are timeless. It doesn't matter if they're old stories. It really doesn't matter. So the story of the people of the cave and these types of things, these are really helpful in terms of our eschatology, in terms of the end times, these types of things. Also, something else to keep in mind, just because there's correlation does not mean that those particular things were borrowed from there, because what we find is the Quran has information which contradicts the way that information was conveyed previously. So for example, when it comes to the story of Joseph, and when it comes to the kings of Egypt at the time, right, the Malik, the Bible would mention the Pharaoh and the Quran would not mention the Pharaoh. And later on we found out after things like the Rosetta Stone and stuff that there was a period in which you had the pharaohs in power. Then you had people before that, you had people who they were not pharaohs, right? They were the kings. They had a different title. So if the Quran simply copied these stories, why would it actually contradict those stories and give information which turned out to be historically correct? So it is not enough. It is not enough for someone to say it's an old story. There are these old stories in the Quran, and therefore they cannot be mentioned there. The other thing I want you to mention, which I think is super important, just the other day, and wallahi, look, I'm on a live stream. Hundreds of people are watching, as a Muslim, I cannot lie. Just a few days ago, we had an incident in our family, right, where there was basically a jinn problem, yeah? There's something supernatural that happened, yeah? So these jinn issues, we call them jinn. In other societies, they give them different names. But the reality of these types of beings, this is well known and understood. We find in Latin America, we find amongst the Incas, the Mayans, the Aztecs, we find in Africa, in terms of the Zulu people, in ancient China, in ancient Korea. We get these particular types of demonic stories. These things are well known and understood. So for the Quran to mention the jinn, which were obviously known in pre-Islamic Arabia, is not a problem at all. In fact, it's one of the reasons why some people convert to Islam, because they see Islam gives the best explanation of the supernatural, an explanation which cannot be explained by other religions. In fact, if you go to the IRA channel, you'll find a story from about 9 years ago, where there's a Scottish documentary maker who came to the New Muslim retreat, I think in 2012 or 2011, and this brother was a paranormal investigator. He used to go to houses that were haunted. He used to go and, set up cameras and interview people and do all this type of stuff. And he used to make videos. And he's a non-Muslim. And once he read the Quranic description of jinn, he accepted Islam. Because whatever he was looking into, the thing which correlated the closest to the paranormal activities that he'd experienced as a non-Muslim was Islam. So he actually became Muslim. So I think these things being raised are not actually a disconfirmation of Islam. I think they're a confirmation of Islam. Do you want to add to this?
Yeah, the Quran makes this argument. In fact, the Quran states, تلك من أنباء الغيب نوحيها إليك ما كنت تعلمها أنت ولا قومك من قبل هذا فاصبر إن العاقبة للمتقين. That these are from the stories of the past that we tell you about. That you don't know, you didn't know about these stories, nor your people. So be patient, because the end result will be, or the good result will be with the patient ones.
Yep.
If you look at the Quran, it has stories in it, as Sabur has mentioned, which recently only we could have confirmation from historical, excavated, and archaeological findings that actually contradict the Bible and are not to be found anywhere else in any other source but which are in the Quran. Now, you mentioned king and Pharaoh, that's one example, but there are other examples. فَمَا بَكَتْ عَلَيْهِمُ السَّمَاءُ وَالْأَرْضُ وَمَا كَانُوا مُنظَرِينَ, that the heavens and earth did not cry over them. And we know in pyramid texts that have recently come to surface that pharaohs believed that the heavens and earth would cry over their death. The fact that the Quran says that Pharaoh says, "Ana rabbukumul a'la," I am your Lord Most High. This is not even in the Bible. This fact that Pharaoh claimed uluhiyya, that he claimed to be God, that's not even in the Bible. Well, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he mentions that there were other gods being worshipped at the time of Egypt. وَيَذَرَكَ وَآلِهَتَكَ. So would you leave Moses and his people يُفْسِدُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ أَتَذَرُ مُوسَى وَقَوْمَهُ لِيُفْسِدُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ وَيَذَرَكَ وَآلِهَتَكَ, and he leaves you and your gods. The fact that there were gods being worshipped in Egypt is not something mentioned in the Bible, but it's something mentioned in the Quran. Where's this information coming from? In fact, one of the things I remember reading, I had this as one module that I was doing in
just hold that thought for a second. Joe Doe is trying to join the live stream, so I'm kicking out some people so that we can make room for him.
Who's he?
I think he's a non-Muslim guy who wants to challenge us. So
okay,
we want to give him priority. So carry on. Yeah, you said you were studying something. And
when I was in Oxford, there was actually one module called Hebrew Narratives of the Old Testament.
Hebrew Narratives of the Old Testament?
Something like that. I can't remember. Narratives in the Old Testament or something. I can't remember, what it was called. But there was one, it was basically a thing. And the woman that was explaining, the professor, she said there were two schools of thought. One of them was called the Minimalists, and one of them was called, I don't know if they're called the Maximalists or whatever, but they were opposite. So the Minimalists were people like Israel Finkelstein, not Norman, not the one that talks about Zionism. This guy called Israel Finkelstein.
Minimalist.
Yeah, so they would reject things from the Bible and stuff like that, and they would look more on archaeological side. One of the main contentions they had with the biblical narrative of the Exodus, which, by the way, the Exodus has been confirmed through extra biblical sources, because Merampata, who came after Ramses II, he mentions it in his stele, right? The children of Israel, he mentions the children of Israel. It's mentioned in a rock. It's like it's called a stele, yeah. But the Bible says that there's so many of them. It even gives numbers of how many people went from in the Exodus across the river and stuff. And they were saying, I remember Israel Finkelstein was saying that's impossible. Saying our records show that kind of the scale of that kind of an Exodus would have been impossible. That was a sticking point from what I remember reading. Yeah, like it was a serious sticking point. The Quran says, "Inna ha'ula'i lashirzimatun qalilun," that these are a very small band of people. So the Exodus, according to the Quranic narrative, is of a very small group of
very
people,
interesting.
which by the way,
never heard this before.
yeah,
Actually.
which is in line with what these minimalists are saying. They're attacking the Quran.
Is they call minimalists because they want to
minimize the
narratives.
No. Minimize the dependence on the biblical narrative. So they look at other sources. I'll give you one interesting thing about them. Yeah. You know, before they would say like David. You know David. Yeah. Dawood alayhi salam. They said about him that there's no evidence that he exists. There's no evidence that David exists.
Yeah.
But then there was a stele, a very famous stele called the Tel Dan stele, which mentions the house of David, and it's a rock in it, so it's not the Bible. Then they did further studies, and he and others, the minimalists, actually changed their mind on it, and they said we now have evidence of the house of David,
very interesting,
and stuff like that. So that's very interesting. But it shows you that what's more interesting for me is for those who say that the Quran has been copied from the Bible, or Quran copies the Bible. Why is it making all these claims which are contrary to what the Bible is saying, and which and sometimes it will make claims that the Bible doesn't make at all. Where it says, for example, about if we take Ramses II as a pharaoh of the Bible, which is a very strong.
I thought there's difference. This was very problematic.
No, the reason why it's a strong historical thing is, like I mentioned, like Merenptah, who came after Ramses II, he wrote in his stele, the house of the children of Israel, we kicked them out, blah blah blah. So he was the immediate successor of Ramses II. Ramses II came right after him, and he was there for 92 years. He fits the date a bit, no doubt about it. Yeah. Now Ramses II was actually discovered, like excavated recently in Egypt. And he was sent to. I'm not sure if you know this, but Sadat, you know, the Egyptian president, he made like a royal exit for him.
Wow.
Yeah, he actually made him. I put him in the limousine, made the royal thing. It was in the 70s, and he sent him to France, innit? But the point is that yeah, because he wanted to respect him as an Egyptian leader, because he was an Egyptian leader, he was a nationalist.
No, but I'm saying, why is he going France?
So
there's like an Egyptian leader that's been sent to exile.
Yeah, I don't know, but what is that, you know, on this point, the Quran says, you know, on this point it says, today we will preserve your body, so you can be for those who come after you a sign. Bro, this is deep stuff, man. There's nothing like that in the Bible at all. Okay. So if it's like his body is preserved, you can literally go on Google and check Ramses II's body, and these are just. If you want more information, then check out.
Listen about this one. Dr. Maurice Buchaley conducted the experiment or the analysis of the body of Reims too. Am I right?
Yeah, he done that. But more so, you can look at Many Prophets, One Message.
Brilliant website.
He's got some really on YouTube. You can see his videos on historical stuff. I've just given you a taster of stuff.
Yeah, I've seen that video partially on your channel. You also uploaded that video.
Correct, yeah. So these are just some of the examples we would give. And I think that's sufficient, bro. Like, honestly, the idea that, because it was there in previous literature, therefore it must have been copied. Now, there's two ways it could have been. It was either there because actually this is an evidence that there was, because the thing is, they say, well, Gilgamesh and the Mesopotamian texts and stuff like that. And they say, well, it was Sumerian text and it was copied or whatever. How do you know what's myth and how do you know what's not? Like Homer's Iliad and whatever it is, people don't know what part of it is myth and people don't know what part of it is actual history. And sometimes it's a meshing of both. And so just because something is mythical of literature, which seems to be mythical or archaeological in other aspects, it doesn't mean the whole thing is a myth. So even if there was some creation stories that had, for example, the Great Flood, and some of it is myth and some of it is true history, it doesn't mean that just because some of it is myth, that all of it is myth.
Yeah.
So if they say, well, there were these myths that took place before Mesopotamia, it doesn't mean because of that all the stories that are narrated in Mesopotamia are mythological. Sometimes it can be based on real life events. And so if the fact is most societies believed in a great flood, that's actually a confirmation, as you mentioned, because what does that show? It shows that there was some kind of a flood. But nevertheless, it's not. You have to give evidence as to why this is conflict.
Yeah.
And also now, secondary part of the argument, you have to go against the evidence that shows it couldn't happen.
So thank you, brother Ahmed, Jazakallah khair, for your
Thank
question.
you.
May Allah bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Just to clarify, because some people are asking in the chat, we're not asking people to necessarily jump on the stream with their cameras on. Someone's asking, do sisters have to switch their cameras on? No, they don't. However, in the background, which I can see, then someone needs to, when we ask them to switch the camera on, and they can switch it off after a few seconds just to make sure it's a real person. I'm not sure if you know about this, but this has happened on other dawah streams where somebody joins and we haven't done that check, and they've put some basically filthy links on there, and then YouTube basically can take down the channel because then it gets mass reported. There's this new yes, that's how one of the dawah channels got taken down, and then they have to contact YouTube to bring it back.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's why we're not adding any, but you can switch your camera off, but once we check that you're a real person, because this has actually happened twice now, and it happened to brothers we know. So that's why John, you wanted to join but you're not switching on your camera, so I just in the background for 3 seconds, then I can see you're a real person. Then we can actually add you, or else I'm gonna have to go to someone else. And if you are saying that your camera's broken, then just join using your phone, join using another device. Anything will actually work. Zax, okay. Big Shack, can you switch on your camera, please? Just so I see you're a real person. Okay, I'm just gonna add you. You can keep your camera on, or you can keep your camera off. I would prefer you. I would prefer you keep it on. It's easier to talk to you, brother, if your camera's on.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Switch your camera on if you can, brother. It's nice to see who we're speaking to.
Yeah, but man, yeah, I prefer not to, wallahi.
No, brother, please. It's easier to talk to you. I don't like talking to pictures.
Well, let's do this then, yeah. Let's do this, because I'm close behind me, so I need to look professional, innit?
Don't worry. It's fine. Just switch on your camera. Let's talk.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. How you doing?
Walaikum salam. How you doing? He actually looked like Shaq.
Oh,
yeah, you know, Shaquille O'Neal. He actually looks like that. MashaAllah.
Thank you.
So how you doing, brother? What's your question?
Well, thank you. I'm good. How you doing?
Alhamdulillah. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Sweden, Stockholm.
Stockholm.
Yeah, Stockholm, Sweden, I should say.
MashaAllah.
Yeah.
I went to Gothenburg, Malmo. Sweden's a beautiful place.
Yeah, thank you.
Every time someone comes, he's been there, or he knows something about this place. Yeah.
I'm a world hobo.
I've actually been to Sweden as well.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's alright.
It's nice. You guys have a lot of Ikeas.
A lot. A lot. Okay.
A lot of Ikeas.
Yeah. So I was wondering, I've watched this video of yours, the academic problems with evolution. I've watched it 6 times, and every time I watch it, I always learn something new, because you say so much. So many things which are profound within those 30 minutes. Yeah. So it's really lovely. So, but the last time I watched it, I got intrigued. So I downloaded on the Origin of Species PDF, and I jumped straight to chapter 6 just to read what that man wrote. And then I was mostly interested in the part of with gradualism and all that, which you mentioned. But as I was reading, I noticed something else. He is, or he was, as you said, an honest guy, and he admits that sometimes what he's saying is not rational, is not reasonable. And one of the things he mentioned is that he finds a hard time explaining how a creature which does not have certain features can get those through mutations and evolution. And he took the eye as an example. You probably know this. He said that I know it's hard to understand how an eyeless creature can get an eye through mutation, but then he tried to give an analogy to make this reasonable and rational. He said, look at the telescope, for example. We have a telescope, and then throughout the history of human history, people have developed it and enhanced it. But I find that analogy fundamentally flawed, because it's a difference between having something and enhancing it and developing it, and not having something and, which comes to existence. And I just wanted to know if you agree with me, because if this is fundamentally flawed, then, well, I don't know, Darwin was this ill-advised.
Yeah. So what you're alluding to here, brother.
Yeah.
Jazakallah khair for watching the video 6 times. It actually makes me feel a lot better, because sometimes
I actually added timestamp. So if you really want to feel good, pin that.
Bro, that makes me so happy, because I sometimes think that most people don't actually bother listening to the content, and the reason why I know that is when they come and ask me the questions, they haven't actually listened to the talk. So the fact that you've listened to it 6 times and you bothered to check one of the references and go and read it up actually really is motivating. Yeah. So firstly, you refer to chapter 6 of The Origin of Species. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's look into this. When Darwinism entered Arabia, they called it al-madhab al-Darwiniya. So let's do some tafsir of this chapter 6. Yeah. So
Sure.
chapter 6, essentially, the maqsad, the purpose behind the chapter was for Darwin to do self-criticism.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting. He wrote the chapter to show people that there are problems with my theory. That was his intention, which is a very noble intention. And as you mentioned, it mentions gradualism. It mentions these forms that we're speaking about. And the critique that you just made, brother, is the same critique which is made by intelligent design proponents.
Yeah.
And previously, I've had some of them on my channel, and they would articulate it in a more sophisticated way, but essentially they say the same thing that you're saying.
Yeah.
And is absolutely correct. Natural selection is a conservative force. It's there to preserve. It's not there to generate.
Yeah.
How do you get wings in the first place? How do you get eyes in the first place? How can we explain the origin of body plans? All these types of things. So I think it's very important that these problems are highlighted, and I think the problem that you've highlighted for the Darwinists is a real one and is a pertinent one, which they haven't so far sufficiently addressed. In fact, I would go on to say there's a lot of hand waving going on instead of actually responding to the argument. But you're absolutely right in that.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's the only thing. I wanted to know if I was right in my thinking, or if I'm stupid. But it seems like it's no, I'm right.
Oh, brother, you're definitely not stupid, mashallah. Very intelligent guy.
Well, thank you. Well, I really love what you're doing, and
don't do that. We're gonna get flagged. There's a brother here who wants to do something on the live, and I just asked him.
Yeah. Nah, but yeah. And that's just everything I had, and I love what you guys do, and Muhammad Hijab and Sabur, and all of you guys. So may Allah give you the highest paradise, highest level of Jannah.
Ameen, ameen. Jazakallah khair.
Brother,
you got my email, darwiniandelusions@gmail.com. Email me. I'm very, very happy that you're listening to the content and you're actually checking the references and you're doing your own reading on the references.
Yeah.
Wallahi, it makes me so happy.
Well, I studied biomedical engineering and I'm a master's student, so
MashaAllah.
Yeah.
MashaAllah. Allah bless you.
I mean,
all right.
Yeah, listen, Assalamu
alaikum. Can you hear me?
Assalamu alaikum, brother. Zach. Zach?
Yes, Zach. That's not my real name, but I don't want to turn on my camera if you don't mind.
No worries, no worries.
Okay, so my question was, it keeps bothering me. I don't know if it's a stupid question to ask. The question is that we know that Allah Almighty, He has power. He's Al-Qawi, the strong one, the mighty one. and he used his power to create the universe, right? Because we know something cannot come from nothing.
So, sorry, 1 second. Just hold on. You put your question in the chat. Just give me 1 second.
All right.
Brother, can you repeat the question again, please, from the start?
My question is that we know that Allah Almighty, in the beginning, He created the universe using His power, of course. He's Al-Qawi. His power is infinite. He created the universe using His power. So is it wrong to say that the universe is a part of His power?
Yes.
Because it resulted from His power, of course, from His infinite power.
Oh, okay. Just 1 second. I'm just gonna go to call a friend. Just 1 second.
No problem.
Go ahead.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Well, no problem. Assalamu alaikum. So the question is that Allah Almighty created the universe using His power, right?
Yeah.
So is the universe a part of His power because it resulted from His power?
No, it's exactly you just said. It's a result. It's a manifestation of His power. It's not His power.
But that's hard to comprehend. But if there was no, it resulted from His power, right?
I don't understand it. Why is that hard to comprehend? If I have this bottle right now,
Mhm.
I throw it up and down. Okay, this is the effect of me throwing a bottle up and down. Is it going up and down? It doesn't. You can't say that that's part of my power. The fact that the bottle is going up and down. It's just the effect of my power.
All right, thank you. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum.
God office.
Most shyest sister.
Who's next? How do we do this, brother?
This guy's should we end here or do you want to carry on?
Otherwise, you could, it's up to you. Well, you can
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy.
All right, we're happy.
You know, okay.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
It's always like.
All right, brothers and sisters, we're going to end it there. Jazakallah khair for joining us on this live stream. We've gone. But you have to do this, innit? You have to lose the plot. You have to lose your marbles this late in the night. What I want to really put to you is this, yeah? I was just speaking to one of the brothers before about this confidence. How do you talk with confidence? Is it just genetic? Is it cultural? You know, like a lot of Muslims have this problem in terms of when not just public speaking, but these guys, for example, talking to some atheist, and the atheist is, like you said, he's like a food connoisseur. He's sitting there and someone comes up to me and says, I'm not eating that. Like, how do you switch the game and you throw him out of the restaurant? And you say, actually, you need to actually understand we're not equal. I'm looking down on you. It's like that type of thing, as opposed to this thing of, do you like my dish? Yeah. So like, how do we switch it on these new atheists?
I feel like what you need to do is you need to first see who you need to switch on, and you need to explore what the path of least resistance is. Well, that's the strategy of war, you know.
Why are you talking like Hannibal Lecter?
You need to the
easiest way to cut up a body.
That's what it is, and if the situation requires you to raise your voice or to make a scene, you can't afford not to be able to do that. Sometimes you need to make a scene. You need to have the ability to make a scene at all times. To be honest, if I get when I used to get stopped by the police, I used to make a scene. Especially if they stop me for no reason. I used to go on the street and make a scene and start talking this and that, shout at them, because I feel like if a man can't make a scene, if a person can't make a scene, you don't have the ability. You got to think to yourself, like, what am I going to do? It's all if statements. What am I going to do if they keep going further? And you got to have something in your mind that is going to make them uncomfortable. You have to make them uncomfortable. You have to be ready to make. And you have to be willing to sacrifice your own discomfort to make them uncomfortable. I think that's what confidence goes down to: willing to take the risk and be uncomfortable. Because and when you do it enough times, you get okay with it. It's like, it's not that bad. It's not as bad as I thought it was, and then you can do it more and more. That's how I see
Absolutely. It. John Doe, you're trying to join, and I believe you should be able to switch on your camera before you join. I'm emptying out the studio so you can join. So can you just re-click the link?
John Doe, bro?
He's somebody who I think disagrees with me on evolution. So
okay.
Can you switch? So there you are, John.
Right.
So now you can keep your camera on. I'm just going to add you. Yeah. Could you keep your camera on, or do you want to keep it off?
Can you hear him?
He can hear me.
Just let him come in.
All righty.
Is it evolution? Yeah. All
right, I think so. Yeah, should be.
I'll leave you to it. Yeah.
Welcome, Joe.
Hello. How's it going?
How are you doing, Joe? Where are you calling in from?
Where I'm in Canada.
Canada, a lot of Canadians tonight.
Yeah, nice.
Yes,
what's your question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you about evolutionary theory, because I'm in university right now, and when I go through my classes and I look at endosybiotic theory, identical patterns of viral insertions in bacteria and archaea, just all this stuff, how every single, or not every single, but unbelievable numbers of proteins and enzymes share homologs across organisms, completely, things like that. And when I see that for every single system, and then I am asked to accept something like creationism, I mean, what would you say about that? What am I supposed to do with the fact that there are litters of endogenous retroviral insertions in our DNA that are almost identical with chimpanzees? This is not something that's created. These are accidental viral insertions.
Right. Okay. Before we get into it, have you seen any of my content on this?
Yeah, I've seen a couple of Muhammad Tijani's videos. I've seen some of your videos. I've seen your debates with Aaron Ra.
Okay. So firstly, do you have, and let's start off with the easiest things. Do you have a problem with the way that I define evolution and the way I define Darwinian evolution?
I can't recall your exact definition off the top of my head, but can't we proceed without a specific definition, because that seems about impossible to agree with when you're debating stuff in a religious format? Can't we just ask whether or not we have a common ancestor with chimpanzees? Can't we just proceed on that framework?
Yeah, you see, this is what I disagree with. I disagree to start off the conversation without us actually agreeing on what definition we're going to use. Now, what I don't mean to say is that we need to go over, for example, 27 plus definitions of speciation, right? I'm not saying we have a debate about which one of those 27 plus definitions is correct, but we can say, well, let's stick to this definition for the purpose of this debate. So firstly, do you have a problem with the idea that natural selection and the tree of life coupled together, this idea that natural selection working on random mutations is the mechanism of Darwinism, and the history is universal common ancestry and the tree of life? These are the twin propositions of Darwinism. Do you have a problem with that? Or are you okay with that definition?
I would say natural selection is the primary mechanism of evolution. I would not say it's the only one, and no modern evolutionary biologist would say it's the only one. But
right,
yeah, I would say it is.
You're absolutely spot on, because even Darwin didn't say it's the only one, right? So that's fine. So when it comes to this idea do you first off agree that the history and the mechanism are linked to each other?
The history of evolution?
The history of evolution, as in the tree of life, is linked to the mechanism which is being proposed.
Yeah, sure. The way evolution proceeds is linked to how it happens over time, of course.
Of course, good. I'm really happy you did that. The reason why I'm happy you did that is because some Darwinists, and I'm not saying you're a Darwinist, I'm saying some of my opponents, they refuse to accept that. But I'm glad you did, right? Because it's like a bridge. You know, you got one section here, you got the road there, and the mechanism and the history are intrinsically linked. Now, the first thing to note is that on a popular level, we have been hoodwinked, we have been lied to. There's been mass propaganda in terms of the way that natural selection is supposed to be this blind watchmaker that can explain our biochemistry, our genetics, our anatomy, our psychology, our linguistics, you know, the understandings that we have from anthropology and so on and so forth. All of these things. Yet what we find when we go into the academic literature is actually there's a lot of disputes, discussions, and disagreements when it comes to natural selection working on random mutations being enough to explain biodiversity. Do you agree that this is a hugely controversial area?
That natural selection is the sole mechanism? Is that what you're saying?
Not the sole. You can call it the sole, or you can call it the primary mechanism, basically Darwin's main idea. Do you agree that the way this has been publicly churned out does not reflect the understandings in academia?
To be honest, I don't follow that much the popular discussions on this. I try to read the literature, I take my courses. So if we just discuss, the actual fact of the matter, I don't care about how people discuss it. I think it's important. Well, I think it's important because if the public has been lied to, then that's important, isn't it? Yeah, but I'm not 100% familiar with how random people talk about this. I'm more familiar with the academic side. Okay, if you're familiar with the academic side, then is this the idea that natural selection working on random mutations, this is the primary, in your words, the primary mechanism to explain biodiversity, to explain evolution? Is this the view that is held by academics? I would think that natural selection is usually seen as the most important method, yes. Okay, so the answer to that is yes. You believe that academically this is the primary mechanism. And are you aware of any disputes in this regard? I've heard of some people say maybe they've made their own mechanisms. Yeah, I've seen a few people who have selected other mechanisms as maybe more important, but dominantly, I don't think natural selection is dominantly seen as the most important one. Let's forget some people, because you said you just want to talk academically, right? So academically, you've made a claim, right? You've made a claim, which is that this is seen as the primary mechanism, right? And I'm challenging that and saying, actually, academically, this is a controversial area. I can provide evidence for what I'm saying, but before that, I just want to know, do you understand that we're on opposite ends here? Sure. You are saying that there are other people who say there are other mechanisms that are more important, but regardless of how you weigh the differing components, you don't get a different outcome in that there is a common ancestry or something like that. That remains relatively the same. Well, there's two problems. There's two problems with this. The first problem is I feel you're evading the point I'm trying to raise here, which is that the idea that you previously said, which is that natural selection working on random mutations is the primary mechanism, and this is generally agreed upon in academia. I'm saying that's false. And you just want to move to common ancestry, which is fine. We're going to go to that next. We're going to go to ERVs. We're going to go to homology. We're going to go to all of that good, great stuff. I love discussing this stuff till the cows come home, right? That's not an issue. But let's first, step by step, we spoke about definitions. Now let's go to the mechanism, and then we'll go to universal common ancestry. But each one of these things has to be gradually followed. I feel you're jumping a bit. So let's just finish off this point.
You're saying it is the primary mechanism and that is accepted within academia. I'm saying no. In academia, what we find is that there is dispute. There is major disputes. And previously what I said to you, you said was irrelevant. I don't think it's irrelevant. I think it's very relevant. It's very relevant that the public has been lied to. It's very relevant for the last 150 years that natural selection working on random mutations, the so-called blind watchmaker, was used to explain the intricacies of biochemistry, the things we find in paleontology, all this stuff. And what we find is that in the public domain, things like the Big Bang Theory, these popular TV programs, or documentaries, you get this continuous idea that natural selection is this powerful creative force, yet when you go to academia, you find that they're actually challenging this. They have alternatives, as you alluded to, like natural genetic engineering, like neo-Lamarckism. In 2016, and the Royal Society in London, remember the Royal Society is the oldest scientific society in the world. In 1858, Darwin actually published with them, so he presented his idea, and the year later he published his book, The Origin of Species. In 2016, you had scientists, secular scientists, who came from different parts of the world, and they came to discuss the very proposition of Darwin, which is natural selection being the main mechanism of evolution. And you have scientists on one end who were supporting neo-Darwinism, and you have scientists on the other end completely disagreeing with neo-Darwinism. So what we basically find is that the public perception is not true. The academic ideas that we have is that of disputes, disagreements, and alternatives. So what you were saying before we get into ERVs and common ancestry and all of this stuff is false. That's just something I want to clarify.
Okay, even if it was false, because I do not necessarily concede that, but let's say that it is false. Let's say that you're completely right, that there's a complete open-ended discussion about the relative importance of different mechanisms. If I were to concede all of that, what is the next step of this discussion? Because what I do want to discuss, rather than the theoretical side of what we generally say of our framework, I want to discuss the specifics. I will accept everything you say if we can move on to that part.
Yep, that's absolutely fine. We can move on. So the next part, which you said, which we were speaking about universal common ancestry. Well, the first thing to know is if the mechanism breaks down, if we don't have a mechanism anymore, then all we simply have is what we had before Darwin, which is the idea of homology. Now, if the mechanism breaks down, then the history also breaks down. Then the history is also up for grabs. The mechanism informs how you can actually make the history as well. So as to what you said right in the beginning and you agreed to, which I told you my opponents disagreed to, the reason why they disagreed to this idea, which I said right in the beginning, which you agreed to, is because later on in the conversation, which is the point we are speaking at right now, you are in a bit of a pickle, which is if the history is which is if the mechanism is being challenged, then the history is also being challenged. So that's the first point that I want you to understand. Based on what you said earlier, the mechanism being challenged would also challenge the history. Why? Because the idea that there is a tree of life, the idea that homology is due to common ancestry, these ideas were known before Darwin. They were known at the time of Lamarck, and going all the way back, it was known at the time of the ancient Greeks, the ancient people of the Indus Valley civilization, and others. So Darwin came and put his 2 cents, which is the mechanism, which is why the idea of the tree of life took off. But as you should know, if you're studying evolutionary biology, tree of life is way older, way older. So now let's move on to why it's not enough. It's actually not enough to simply use homology as a way to prove universal common ancestry.
Homology is not the only way to suggest all the things we have.
Homology is the primary way that phylogenetic relationships are inferred.
There are many ways. Let me comment on one way to talk about a complete common ancestor.
Okay, before we get there, do you disagree with my description of evolutionary history in terms of phylogenetics, that the primary method that they use to infer genealogical relationships is via homology? Do you disagree or agree with that?
homology by itself without interpretation, just saying two things are similar without interpretation, does not get you a relationship.
I never said that.
Yeah, of course, and evolutionary biologists do not say, well, these are similar, therefore they are related.
I don't think you're understanding my point. So let me just repeat it. And I'm not actually making a controversial point. I'm just describing that phylogenetic history is inferred using homology.
Yes.
That's the primary way. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So why were you trying to show I'm wrong then? Because I've said something non-controversial. I've said something benign.
No,
like I don't understand what you're trying to achieve there.
No, listen. It just sounds like you're saying it's the only way.
It's the primary way.
In some contexts it is. In some contexts it's not.
Okay, I'm going to repeat it again. It is the primary way, because whatever you're going to do now, in fact, in the beginning you just mentioned ERVs, which are essentially an argument for homology.
No, it's more specific than that.
What? Wait, 1 second. In the beginning, you used an argument from homology. Are you denying that now?
I'm saying it's more specific than just homology. I did make that argument, but I wouldn't.
Okay, firstly, let's do something here. Can you define for me what you mean by homology?
Homology, it is, as opposed to analogy, it is similarities due to common ancestry.
Okay, that's a very interesting way of putting it. So you're saying homology is similarities due to common ancestry. Now, yes. The problem with this definition, it's fine, you can define it in that way, but there is a problem with this definition, is that prior to Darwin, homology was primarily defined as similarity in structure and function, and that was it. It wasn't due to common ancestry. Now, if we have the definition, similarity is, homology is similarity due to common ancestry, then of course, any two things that look similar from a biochemical perspective, ERV perspective, genetic perspective, anatomical perspective, from bioinformatics or linguistics or whatever, we can simply say similarities are due to common descent, similarities exist, therefore similarities are due to common descent. But that's actually circular reasoning.
Yeah, that would be circular reasoning, but I'm not saying that.
Yeah, but the definition you used is self-serving, though. The definition you used, and anybody can go back and timestamp this. The definition you used is similarities due to common descent.
Yes, it is, and I'm not making a circular argument. But can we discuss the specific example I brought up that you brought up again?
So okay, let's just look into this first, right? If we define homology as similarities due to common descent, okay?
Sure.
And in the beginning, you used ERVs. You said these are accidental insertions, and these insertions for you were evidence of human chimpanzee, correct?
Sure, and yes.
Okay, good. Now, what you've done there is you've basically said this. Remember, this is from you. I'm not misrepresenting you. I'm just using whatever.
I'm not saying you are.
Whatever. No, I'm just saying it. Your definition of homology is similarities due to common descent. Then ERV you're using in humans and say chimps, and you are basically looking at them and you're saying, look, these are similar, and your conclusion is therefore they have a common ancestor. That's the classic circular reasoning argument you just used.
I did not say therefore from that one point. If you could let me explain the point at more length, I could.
Oh, sure, go ahead. But I hope you don't make that mistake, because I've found that when people say you've misrepresented, like I had this, I've had a few debates like this.
Okay.
When I tell people they're using a circular argument, they usually go and explain the same point in a different way, and then have to point out again, it's actually still a circular argument. You're just trying to get around it. But you go ahead.
Sure. So viral insertions are by definition accidental, because when the virus enters the cell and it integrates into DNA, there is no specific spot it will necessarily integrate its DNA, especially depending on the virus. There are all sorts of places it can insert, and our genome is completely littered with potentially hundreds of places where endogenous retroviruses have inserted their DNA. And if you take a look at a chimpanzee's genome, or not just a chimpanzee, but also other apes as well, you can see that the the ERVs are also inserted at at virtually the exact same spot within the boundaries of other genes that we can identify.
Yep.
And so, from an evolutionary perspective, it's so obvious how this could be resolved that it's not even worth describing. But from a creationary standpoint,
Wait. 1 second here. 1 second
yes,
here.
sir. Go on.
Okay. You just said you weren't concluding. You weren't concluding just using that they have a common ancestor, and then you're saying, well, you have these accidental insertions here and here, and it's so obvious. You just did exactly what I said.
Here's the distinction. If you give me a second, the distinction is you could say they are similar, therefore it's similar. It's similar, therefore it's a common ancestry. But I'm saying what tells us that it's a common ancestry is that these are supposed to be accidental insertions happening in hundreds of places at the exact same places. This is not just similar. This is a case of probability.
Okay, so what you're doing is you're using an additional label of accidental insertions.
Yes.
When you strip that away, you're still using at rock bottom. Your skeletal structure is still an argument for homology.
You can label that if you want, but
no. Wait.
Okay, yes, it's a similarity, but it's a similarity.
Thank you.
The mechanism.
Wait. 1 second, please look. Yeah. There's no point doing this. I've done this a million times, right? I mean, it is an argument for homology. So let's stop faffing around there. The other second point to keep in mind is you use the word accidental insertion.
Yes.
Now, what's important to know, and since you study evolutionary biology, you would know we need to be careful when we use the term accidental, when we use the term vestigial, when we use the term pseudogenes, or when we use the term junk DNA. And the reason why, and I hope you can, I hope you're not going to challenge this, because then I'll have to fact check you again, is that those labels have in the past been shown to be problematic, because things that we believe to be pseudogenes were actually functional. We had the whole entire study from ENCODE, the Encyclopedia of DNA Elements, in 2012. And actually, this is part of my my master's dissertation. I actually wrote about this. That Darwinists were basically saying junk DNA, God needs to go back to school and all this type of stuff. And for many, many years, this wasn't even investigated. And later on, we found out actually 80% of what we call junk, according to a study, is not actually junk, but it's actually functional. So again, with these accidental insertions, and you use the word insertions here, this from a creationist perspective, a common design perspective, is the same as, for example, the idea that we have a lot of bacteria. So this could be part of the creation narrative. There's no inherent problem with that. The problem that does actually exist is when the ERV argument is used as an argument as if it's not based upon homology, because the whole problem with homology, and I really want to destroy it from its very root. The main problem with the argument from homology is that if you use it in a circular way, then obviously it's not valid. However, if you use it in a non-circular way, and there are non-circular ways that the homology argument can be used, something like the maximum likelihood method, and they would use all these probabilities to do that, they are still assumptions that you need to make. So for example, can
I comment on a few things, because you were saying a lot here?
Okay, let me just complete this point about origination probabilities. Yeah. So, and I had Dr. Paul Nelson on this channel, about 5 times, and we discussed this in some detail. So the thing is, we have transition probabilities and origination probabilities. Are you aware of this distinction?
Can you repeat that?
Transition probabilities and origination probabilities.
Could you define those?
Are you not aware of this?
Not specific terms.
Okay, then I would simply put it this way, right? I will explain it to you, but if you do not know this distinction, then don't bother trying to use the argument for homology, because this is the very foundation of homology. It's basically like someone saying, I'm going to try and solve this algorithm, but I'm not going to bother with BODMAS. I'm not going to bother with addition and subtraction. The very basis of homology is origination probabilities and transition probabilities. And if someone doesn't know those, then don't bother using the argument for homology. It's actually ridiculous.
Okay, so what's the huge distinction with ERVs here? What is your explanation for the origins of ERVs? Because listen, because you cut me off and I was trying to explain something. You're responding to a circular argument of similarity, therefore ancestry. I'm speaking to the mechanism by which the similarity arose. I'm not saying like post facto we have a similarity. I was referring to the mechanism by which the similarity started. And that mechanism was a viral insertion at a specific point in many places. And you have those across the genome. It's an argument from the mechanism by which the similarity arose. And you don't get those hundreds of insertions at the same points by random chance unless you want to give an argument as to another plausible way by which we get this. You could say, for example, that God inserted the same viral sequence, non-functional viral sequence, at the exact same point in hundreds of places, and made it appear as if there is a common ancestry. But that seems a bit all, starting with the beginning here.
Okay, so firstly, let's just clarify something, right? I don't want to misrepresent you. You do admit this is an argument from homology, but the type of argument it is including the mechanism of accidental insertions.
Yes, the mechanism by which the similarity arose.
Sure. In that case, it's still something which we can challenge using the basics of homology. Right. If it's an argument from homology, which you previously said it's not an argument from homology, essentially it comes under the same origination probabilities and transition probabilities and homoplazy and all the previous stuff that I've actually covered. However, I just want to ask you a simple question just to make sure I'm not misrepresenting you. You're saying accidental insertion, correct?
Yes, the viral DNA does not insert at a specific point ahead of time.
Sure. Now, that being accidental, and I assume you also are going to say it's non-functional.
Yeah, viral DNA typically, as far as I'm concerned, I think I've seen maybe one example of a different virus in a different species.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So, two things: accidental and non-functional. Right? Are you saying that you can you can actually say with certainty that this is accidental and is also non-functional?
Yes, we can observe ERVs inserting all the time. They don't fit into a preordained spot.
No, what I mean is, are you saying this is certain? It's certain that it's accidental and it's certain that it's non-functional?
Certain in terms of all the events we have ever discovered, yeah, sure. But what is your alternative?
No. I mean, I just previously mentioned junk DNA, which was supposed to be, non-functional. It turned out to be functional.
Well, not all of it. The ENCODE did find that.
Wait. Hang on a second, yeah. First, let's agree, rather than saying not all of it, 20%'s left. Let's first agree that the Darwinists were dead wrong here. They were dead wrong when they claimed it was all junk.
Yes, anyone who said it was all junk was dead wrong.
Wait. What did you say? Did you say they didn't say this was all junk?
No, I said yes. Anyone who said that it was all junk was dead wrong. But also,
and by the way, just so I enjoy this point a bit, that does include people like Richard Dawkins who are very vocal that it was. Yeah. So he's dead wrong. Okay. Yeah. It does actually include people like Philip Kitcher, who was, is a militant atheist. It does include people like P.Z. Myers, who is a new atheist. I just want to embarrass these guys because I like how candid you are, that these guys were dead wrong. Okay. Now, the idea that these things are these are non-functional. Okay. Could it not be the case that we discover there's a function to these ERVs as opposed to them being non-functional, just like we did with junk DNA?
Can I wait before I answer that? I want to make a point because that's something you brought up while you were explaining that. Sure. You said you gave the number of 80% is functional. Now there's a criticism of this figure because it's not that 80% is functional. It's that 80% of our genome is transcribed, which is not the same as functional. You could have stochastic processes randomly transcribing certain parts of the DNA, but by ENCODE's definition, they predefined any transcribed regions as functional. That's not necessarily the case. That was one criticism that scientists made of the way that ENCODE defined things.
Okay, let me just highlight something. Yeah, scientists that were criticizing ENCODE, scientists like P.Z. Myers, who was the most vocal critic of ENCODE.
No, not him.
Okay, who then? Who?
I don't have the name off the top of my head, but the point I made is pretty valid.
Okay, let me just be frank.
But it was not P.Z. Myers. It was not some atheist activist.
No. P.Z. Myers led the charge against ENCODE, and he's an embryologist.
He
so
was
he
not
needs
the only one, but sure.
No. Okay, but let's be frank here. Yeah, ENCODE study was something that the Darwinists for many years discouraged. Do you agree with that?
Yes, and I'm not disputing that. I'm referring to the specific.
No. I think it's important. I think it's very important to show what the Darwinists were up to for decades. Yeah, because as we know, we discovered that the information once ENCODE published his studies about switches, right, which has actually allowed us to fight things like diabetes. This information, which is an epistemic good, I hope you agree with me, it's an epistemic good. For decades, there was discouragement from the Darwinists to basically study junk. It was seen as a waste of time. So when you say to me, the scientists which are attacking ENCODE, I mean, I would love for you to, mention who they are, but whoever they are, right? Who cares what they think when the first point to know is the Darwinists were dead wrong. And the reason why they were dead wrong is because they had ideological reasons to believe that junk DNA was there. However, the thing which I push for, and I hope you push for, and we all should be pushing for, is ideology has no place in biology. Biology should be free of ideology. And the same thing is happening here with the ERVs. You're saying they are non-functional. I'm saying, what makes you think that that is the case? We have the problem of induction. We have the problem of underdetermination, the problem of unconceived alternatives. It's shown us in the past that junk DNA, which, as Philip Kitcher said, God should go back to school. He should go back to school because we actually discovered it actually has good epistemic. It has epistemic goods. It helps us, solve diseases and stuff. So what we need to recognize is that there has to be this epistemic humility from the Darwinists. You can't just say it is categorically non-functional, and you know better than that.
Okay, so I was only referring to the figure of 80%. I know that they got it wrong. Listen, are you saying? So wait, can I just ask you? Do you disagree that these are, first of all, viral DNA, that this is viral DNA?
Our current understanding is that's what it is.
Okay, if I asked you personally, are you convinced of that?
I am convinced that according to the best understanding that we have amongst the scientific community, that's what they have labeled it as. But I do not believe categorically that we can say it's accidental. I do not believe categorically we can say it is non-functional, because we have been proven wrong in the past when it came to junk DNA, and it can happen again here. Plus, it's not enough. Even if I was to hypothetically accept that we can never find out if we will never find out if these things are functional. I still believe there is no way possible that this can be used as a decisive argument from homology for common ancestry, because of the distinction between origination probabilities and transition probabilities.
Okay.
Which, if you let me explain, then you will understand why it is such a huge problem for the Darwinists. And I'm surprised that you don't know this, because and you just check out the stuff on my channel, you'll get more in depth about this, but I'll explain it now as well. Once you understand origination probabilities and transition probabilities, you wouldn't bother using the argument from homology, even if it's infused with ideas from ERVs like you have, because essentially what it will show is it's all fundamentally based upon an assumption when it's not based on circular reasoning.
Okay, you would have to convince me that, but if you let me make some points here.
Well, firstly,
wait,
I don't.
Come on, man. You've been talking for 5 minutes.
Sorry, one second. I just want to clarify something. I don't need to convince you of anything.
Okay, let me just make a few points.
Sorry, John, 1 second. If you don't know the basics of homology, then it's not a case of where you're sitting there on a pedestal and I need to convince you of something. It's more like I'm looking down on you as an evolutionary student and thinking, how could you not know about origination probabilities and transition probabilities? So let's get the stakes in the right order here.
Yeah,
I don't need to convince you of anything. You just need to learn a bit more about evolutionary biology.
Look, I'm sure I know the thing you're talking about without the specific terminology, but look, if I can just make some points. So it seems that when I asked you my question earlier, you seem to say that per all our scientific understanding, these are actually ERV sequences because they are literally ERV sequences. We can observe how ERVs insert themselves into DNA. There is no preordained spot in which they will insert. So it's simply a viral sequence will not be transcribed by RNA polymerase or DNA polymerase in such a way that it creates what happens to be a functional human protein, because we know what the proteome of the human genome is. We've studied it. We've cataloged it. A viral sequence does not automatically, in fact, it rarely produces a function, a literal sequence
Rarely,
of virus.
Rarely. Can you explain that a little bit more, please?
The word rarely, because I think I've seen one study in which there was some virus and some worm or something. I don't remember what it was.
There isn't one study. There's actually plenty of studies. Yeah.
Of ERVs.
Yeah. So what it basically is it's the problem of induction again, which I was referring to earlier. You cannot make a categorical label for these things like you're trying to do. The other thing to keep in mind is that from a common design perspective or creation perspective, we need to define a few things. So you said viral, and let's look into this area because it's a little bit hazy. It looks very clear, but it's not.
Okay.
What would you consider foreign and what would you consider natural to the human being? So obviously we have trillions of bacteria, we have these types of things. What is foreign and what is viral, or sorry, what is natural and what is viral or foreign? How do you define that?
Oh yeah, because of the nature of how long you could have had a certain sequence over evolutionary time within DNA. You could consider that. Wait, listen, I'm asking you a question. It'll be very obvious once I finish. You could have had an insertion a billion years ago that's still in us now, and you could say, given how long it's been there, it's native. So one way you could go about this is you could simply say something is foreign if it has maybe more recently been inserted into our DNA and has not been integrated as a functional component.
Right. You do realize that that's purely arbitrary, what you just said.
Sure. You asked me for a way, and I said I gave you a way of defining it. That works. Is there any problem you have with it?
No, the problem I have is that you don't have a categorical answer. You have a subjective value judgment.
That just sounds like you're debating semantics. These are viral DNA sequences, are they not?
I think we're going around in circles here. Firstly, let's just stick to something. Do you agree that what you just said right now, that what you consider foreign or viral is based upon what's been recently, how long we've actually had it within our system? So you'd look at it from a chronological perspective, right?
Sure, that's one way of looking at it. That's
right. And all I said here, and I think we should agree on this point at least, is that's a subjective value judgment, and I can come up with something else.
Sure, whatever you want.
Yeah. So if I was to use from a creationist perspective, the idea that God created, all of life, and if there were any insertions, all of this was divinely decreed, and these things were done independently. It's not based on homology. I can make that claim just in the same way you've made this claim.
So you make the claim. So you say it's the way I'm defining such a term is equivalent to saying that God divinely ordained viruses to insert hundreds of different places in the exact same place. Are you saying those are equivalent?
I'm saying there's no way you can adjudicate between these two subjective value judgments.
All I gave was a definition. I didn't make a statement of what did or did not happen.
You gave a definition which is not categorical, which is essentially a subjective value judgment.
Okay, so are you going to say because there are more than one way to define the word foreign, therefore that's the equivalent of saying that God inserted DNA sequences of viruses in pattern sequences across different organisms?
Yeah, that would be a really poor argument. I think I want you to steelman me here. What am I saying? What do you think I'm saying?
What I think you're saying is I just gave you one way of defining foreign because that's what you asked for.
Yeah.
And then you said that what I heard you say, maybe you want to clarify, is that you could, with equal validity, claim that God divinely preordained the insertion of all these virus sequences in the same place.
You missed something that I said in between.
Go ahead and clarify.
What I first said is that your definition is not categorical.
Yes, there is more than one definition. Is that what you mean?
What I mean is that it not only that there's more than one definition, but it is a subjective value judgment that you just gave.
What value judgments did I give?
That you defined foreign in the particular way that you did.
Sure, it's one possible way. Is there a problem with my one possible definition?
No, I'm just simply saying it is not categorical. So for you to then base an argument on a definition that's not categorical, because essentially what your argument is, and this is where I think, John, you are blurring the lines between theology and biology. Okay. Now, for you to then start saying, why would God do this? Right? As opposed to it can't be creationism because of this. The problem here is that you are blurring the lines. Now, there's no point for us, if I go into my conception of God is this, your conception of God is this, therefore you think this is not possible for God to do. I think it is possible for God to do that. What I do want us to agree upon is that the argument that you're using from ERV is essentially a homologous argument, and a homologous argument will not make sense unless we look into the foundations of homology, which is origination probabilities and transition probabilities.
Sure, and if you think there's another way you can explain it, you are welcome to give explanation. But I think the argument is very strong.
I don't think you understood what I was saying.
Okay, but I'm trying to understand you, but I think you're just delving into semantics. You're asking me to define things, and then I define a word a certain way.
I am categorical. Okay, sorry, 1 second. I'm delving into semantics because your semantical definitions are essentially like a hazy box full of wires crossing each other.
But
so
I did not use the word foreign. You asked me to define foreign. I didn't even use that word. I wasn't providing any hazy definitions. You asked me to define a term I did not even use.
Did you use the word viral?
Yes.
Okay, and it was inserted.
Sure, and different people could say based on their own personal value judgments.
I call that foreign.
Okay, so regardless of what you call it, what does it matter?
What's wrong with me for calling that thing foreign? Do you not believe it's foreign? Sure, our viruses are foreign.
Yeah, they are foreign. Or
so you use the concept. Maybe you didn't use the word.
Yeah, but
who's doing
what you call it? Look, no, listen. So listen.
Yeah.
You can actually define viral insertions if they're old enough and if they've been reutilized. You can actually define them as native in that case. But the thing is, it doesn't matter the specific term you use. The point is that they exist, and I'm trying to ask you about where we should see for their origins.
Okay, so let me make a claim, and let's see if you can challenge this claim.
Go ahead.
I think theologically, there is nothing wrong with me accepting ERVs, and that within my theology, I could explain it as God inserting those things. Everything is predestined. Like, it doesn't challenge creationism. Tell me why it's contradictory to creationism.
Yes, because we are making predictions here. Let's say we wanted to make a prediction here, and you could predict with evolution that the sequences of an ancestor will be transmitted to, the sequences of an ancestor will be transmitted to its descendants. And that's a prediction you could make. But then what you're taking on that creationism standpoint is you are basically saying that God is inserting these viral sequences hundreds of times in the exact same places between humans and chips, and you're doing that for the sole purpose of back interpreting what is otherwise a pure evolutionary prediction in advance, and you are simply reinterpreting that into creationism. You're creating this very unclarified scenario only in order to preserve the presupposition. There's absolutely no reason to think that God would insert virus sequences in the exact same places hundreds of times between chimps and humans, but there's every reason to think that the common ancestor of humans and chimps had many viral insertions, because literally all organisms do, and therefore we simply see it in its descendants.
Okay, so again, you've blurred some things between theology and biology here. So, firstly, God creating within us, for example, bacteria. We have certain types of bacteria. For example, one particular type of bacteria helps us when it comes to digesting breast milk when we're children. So you are in no position to say what God can or cannot do. Secondly, when it comes to evolution predictions, so let's just get something right here. The Darwinists have been dead wrong. They've been dead wrong when it comes to gradualism. They've been dead wrong in their predictions when it comes to punctuated equilibrium. They've been dead wrong when it comes to their predictions about junk DNA. They've been dead wrong when it comes to their entire understanding of natural selection and what it can actually do. So there's been many predictions when it comes to Darwinism, which have been falsified. And in fact, when we have had a situation where anomalies pop up like orphan genes, Darwinists have made counter predictions again, and they've been proven wrong again. So for you to say creationism predicts this and Darwinism predicted this, firstly, when you try to make predictions from a creationist perspective, you have to put on the lens of that creationist. Now, from my perspective, and I'm a creationist, from my perspective, God can do what he wants. From your perspective, you're trying to put God into a box and saying God can do this and God can't do that, and I don't accept why God can insert these things. And I would say, no, God can actually insert what he wants, and those things could actually be functional. You're saying they're not functional. And likewise, there are many, and this virus thing that you ERVs that you just highlighted now, this is one of the many foreign elements within the human being. There's actually, as you know, multiple foreign elements within the human being. In fact, there's a whole discussion about even what makes us human, because we have more non-human, supposedly non-human cells than we have things like bacteria and stuff. And of course, I wouldn't agree with that, because I would define foreign as something different. The problem here is you're trying to use something in biology to challenge theology, but in order for you to actually do that, you are jumping across two different fields, and that's where the problems are coming. So what I'd like to do now is explain to you the difference between origination probabilities and transition probabilities, because essentially your argument is an argument from homology. And if it's an argument from homology, then regardless of what you use, whether you use ERVs or you use something in biochemistry or whatever, it still has the same issues.
Can I make a few comments before you go on to that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I've never said anything about what God could or could not do.
You did.
No, I make no claim about possibilities, because an omnipotent being can do anything.
You said, why would God do this? Or
what I said, let me clarify. Maybe I even misworded it. I don't think I did, but if I did misword it, what I'm saying is that you have. And by the way, I'm going to bring up predictions again. So because you commented on that, it's worth also making a comment on that.
When you do bring up predictions, do you realize that?
Yes, I want to comment on that because you said something about it. So let me comment on that.
I showed a whole bunch of predictions which Darwinism got wrong.
Yes, and I want to comment on that. Evolutionary biologists have made right predictions, and they've made thousands of correct predictions, just like in every other field of science.
Wait. One second. Sorry. I'm going to have to stop you there.
Yes.
Thousands of correct predictions?
Yeah.
Just give me 5.
Give you 5. One of them would be the ERV sequences. Another would be the discovery of many.
No, that's the argument. That's not a prediction. That's simply a reconfirmation of homology. Try another.
That is not a reconfirmation of homology. Evolution says, listen.
Essentially, what is it? It's an argument that you have this particular insertion, you have this particular insertion, this is due to common ancestry. That's it. And this was known at the time of Darwin. So you can't say something in homology is a prediction, when actually homology, from their perspective, they make, and look, I'm just going to explain it because you didn't give me the chance to. They make the origination probability 0 or close to 0, and they make the transition probability close to 1. Those two things they use coupled with homology, and then they say universal common ancestry is true. But these two things are assumptions. It is an assumption that the origin of life is close to 0, that abiogenesis is rare. That's an assumption. It's an assumption that transition probabilities, that you can have these major macro evolutionary changes, is close to 1. This is again a total assumption. You cannot say these are facts. So when you say thousands of predictions, don't use something which Darwin used, right? That there's nothing new about that. This was known before Darwin.
No, it was not known. Genome sequences. Listen,
listen. I think you're completely misunderstanding me here. Look, when it comes to biochemistry, anatomy, ERVs, linguistics, anthropology, if someone's going to use an argument from similarities, it doesn't matter how deep you go, whether you go as deep as biochemistry or zoom out further into anthropology or into anatomy, you essentially are still using the same argument from homology. You can't keep saying, look at these two things, they're similar, therefore homology, and as if you've said something new. Like, okay, give me some predictions.
Okay, look, so homology doesn't count for any prediction. Okay, how about transitional fossils? Do those count as predictions?
Transition fossils would do, yes.
Yes, there have been many dozens of hominid species discovered. Would you like to dispute that before I move on?
No, I would not dispute that, but remember.
Okay, so let me keep going. So
okay, wait, one sec. You can't throw out something half.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So firstly, Darwin spoke about the Cambrian explosion. He spoke about this being an issue. And the problem with the Cambrian explosion is he thought it was going to get resolved. However, it got worse over time. The second thing is that
no, it did not.
The second, yes, it did. I mean, just look into what a disaster it was to try and explain, this explosion of life. The Cambrian explosion is a serious problem in anthropology. We have people like what's his name, Stephen Jay Gould. We have Richard Lewontin. We have these people in paleontology who speak about punctuated equilibrium, how gradualism is dead, how the lack of gradualism is a trade secret in paleontology. We have these absolute failures of gradualism, which is why punctuated equilibrium had to be reintegrated into neo-Darwinism. So for you to say we found hominid fossils, finding hominid fossils is not enough to solve the problem in paleontology that actually exists for Darwinism. So this is not some amazing prediction or some amazing confirmation. And I'm surprised you're actually going down the paleontology route. If you are aware of the problems with the Cambrian explosion, you wouldn't be using this.
We could talk about the Cambrian explosion. We could talk about the Ediacaran fossils, but let's specifically talk about, because the Ediacaran fossils are an earlier phase of the Cambrian fossils. But right. Let's talk about what I brought up, the hominid fossils, because we start with, and these are sequential. We start with these apes, which are living in trees, or they're adapted to live in trees, and then we have fossils of apes that have mixed, let's say, lifespans. They can both go around on the ground and they can live in trees. Yeah. And we have, and this comes after. That's not before. That's not contemporary. That's after. And then later on, we find fossils of apes that specifically live across the ground. We have gradually evolving skulls of fossils in a perfect, minus the, okay, let me not use that word because I know you want to jump on it, but we have a linear development of skull size, all sorts of traits towards the fossils of Homo sapiens. We have changes in even cranial developments that register the development of different brain regions over time towards modern humans. We have genome sequences of even Neanderthals, which show that perhaps there were some genes like the specific variant of the FOXP2 genes, which even if they don't give the Neanderthal full ability of language, Neanderthals very well may have had the ability to speak. And we have earlier fossils, I don't know if it was Homo erectus or a different one, which had another prior development to that, somewhere maybe in the neck or the throat, which gave it an enhanced ability to speak like we do. So there is all sorts of linear developments over time that continue appearing towards the current trajectory of Homo sapiens. And that is a transition in every possible sense.
Okay, so let's clarify this. When you say transition, do you mean that you can put these fossils in an order and say that these are the ancestors of humans?
I can say that we can, let's say, pick one point in time. Let's define 10 million years ago, we had an organism that was, let's say, 50% similar to humans. And then a million years later, we have one that it's maybe 60% similar. And I'm saying that the degree of similarity gradually increases until we get to Homo sapiens. In fact, even after we get Homo sapiens, it continues developing until we get to our current form of Homo sapiens. It is a linear development.
Okay, so you're just repeating what you said before. My question to you is, can you take the sequence and say decisively that the humans today are the ancestors of those primates that you're referring to?
What I can say is, and look, because I do think we are the descendants, and the evidence for that, and this is what you have to address, is that in literally countless places in the fossils, in terms of the cranial development, the development of our arms and our legs.
You're repeating yourself again. I'm asking, you've said the same thing 3 times now. I'm asking, so these things.
Yes, I think it decisively shows. I think it shows we are the descendants.
It decisively shows that these are human ancestors.
Yes, I think it shows that.
Okay. Now that answer that you gave, is that categorical or is that inferential?
You mean inferential?
Yep.
That is. What do you mean? Can you define categorical for a second?
That is just conclusive. There's no other way of explaining it.
You could say that God created every single point in time, every few thousand years, as if it got closer and closer to humans. And you could say that's possible. And I guess with omnipotence, it is possible. So is that what you want to argue for?
No, I mean, you said you watched my debate with Aaron Ra, and this thing came up about Homo erectus and how do you explain it? Do you remember what my answer was?
No.
Okay, so all I simply said is, well, we as Muslims, we don't have a problem with the idea that they were non-human or human-like things, or the way we would define human is the children of Adam, things that existed before human beings, and they lived and they died, and we don't have a problem with it. Like that. That's not an issue.
Yeah,
it's
not just that it's similar. It's that over time they keep getting more and more similar sequentially.
Firstly, let's just clarify something. Yeah, apes exist today, chimpanzees exist today. We have them existing in the past as well, and we have variations. And what we find is this. And come on, like let's stop messing around here. Yeah, in terms of the way that you're trying to show this beautiful picture in paleontology about this thing is into that. Every couple of years, a new skull, and they move them around like musical chairs. Like this, right? This is well known. Every couple of years, Homo naledi. Oh my God, we just discovered it. Okay, now this fits here, and they move things around like musical chairs. The fact is, from a Islamic point of view, from a Islamic theistic creationist point of view, all we can simply say is, well, these things existed, they lived, they died, and you're using things like, okay, so they may have had language, they could have had even culture. Some anthropologists argue for that, and what we would say to that is, yeah, that's fine. We wouldn't challenge that. We'd say, yeah, that's fine. Like that for us would be things that existed before human beings. They lived and died, and that's it. Like it would not be like what you're trying to do is you're trying to make it a categorical argument, and all I'm saying is it's an inferential argument. And what we would say is, yes, we would accept their existence. We would accept, whatever information we have about them, but we wouldn't say they're our ancestors. So that's just a point of disagreement. But there's no way you can decisively show that I have to accept that those are ancestors. I can just simply say, well, those things were created by God. They lived, they died.
Well, this is the problem with I don't want to use any me terms, but almost the language of absolutes, by which you can literally dismiss anything. You have a series of fossils that gradually come closer and closer to humans across literally dozens of species across millions of years, very sequentially, where we can trace where we can trace dozens, if not hundreds of developments. And yes, if you want to say I cannot, if you want to say by definition, science is not absolute, therefore we can dismiss anything.
Look, John Doe, according to you, let's just get some things clear, right? You are assuming, firstly, an origination probability of close to zero. Firstly, do you agree with that?
Can you tell me what you mean by origination probability again? That it was created? Is that
Look, your entire argument is an argument for homology, and the way that homology is based upon this. Now, what this is basically saying is that the origin of life is an extremely improbable event.
The origin of life?
Yeah.
I don't know about how.
The origin of life is linked to the development and the history of life. They're linked. There's no way you can unlink them.
Yes.
Okay. So the first assumption, which I don't think you're aware of, but I'm just making you aware of, is that the origination probability is close to zero. It is a near miracle, as what some Darwinists have called it.
Are you asking me if I agree that abiogenesis is a near miracle?
Yeah.
I don't know if it is a near miracle. I think
so.
Actually,
John, here's the problem. Yeah, you're using an argument for homology, and even these fossils that you're referring to is all an argument for homology. Yet the argument for homology has these two basic assumptions. It has the assumption that origination.
Like assumption.
Sorry?
It really doesn't sound like an assumption. I'm telling you about transitional fossils, and you're asking me if abiogenesis is miraculous.
But John, look, what's happening is this, yeah? You're looking at things from a very narrow tunnel vision perspective, right? You're looking at this is similar to this, therefore common ancestry. This is similar to this, therefore common ancestry. And you're repeating that like a broken record. I'm trying to get you to look at the entire tree of life. The idea of homology, two things are similar, therefore they have a common ancestor. When you go back, they have the idea that the origination probability is close to zero. Not like the Lamarckian idea that you have multiple origins of life, that the origination probability is closer to one. So that's the first assumption. The second assumption is you can have these macro evolutionary changes which happen through natural selection over time, which is again a assumption, and the assumption is that of a transition probability, and that transition probability assumption is close to one. For you to make the claim about the fossils and for them to be ancestors of us humans today, it has to include these two assumptions. What you want to do is you just completely want to ignore the bigger picture, and you just want to say this thing's similar to this, therefore common ancestry. And I'm trying to get you to understand, look at the entire picture. Your entire argument is still based upon this. Now, if we switch around the origination probabilities and we say the origination probabilities are closer to one, then you can have multiple origins. You can have multiple origins. And if the transition probability is closer to zero, then you cannot say an ape-like creature evolved into a human-like creature because the transition probability is closer to zero.
Okay, let me comment on that.
1 second, John Doe. There's no way you can escape this right now. You don't know the entire picture. You just want to
comment on it. I will not escape.
All you want to do is say homology, homology, homology without looking at the picture.
Okay, let me comment on those because you keep saying I'm escaping it, and I'm really not. And listen,
look, John,
look, I will comment on it. I will comment on exactly what you want me to comment on.
Just a quick question. Just a quick question. Did you ever hear about origination probabilities and transition probabilities before this live stream?
I didn't hear about the specific terms, but I'm familiar with the concept, not the specific terms, though.
Look, the fact is, you're learning them live as we're speaking. You're getting free education here, yeah? So don't try and talk like you actually know what you're talking about, because you can't use an argument for homology without knowing the basics. But anyway, carry on.
Let me comment on exactly what you... Okay, listen, I think I know more than the basics here. And I think that it's a red herring, because I don't need to make the assumptions that you're saying I need to make. I don't... Let's say we simply don't assume anything about how probable abiogenesis or macroevolution is in advance, and we simply ask ourselves what is indicated by the fossil record and the data. Let's say I make zero assumptions. Look, I won't assume that abiogenesis is 0 or macroevolution is 1. I won't make any assumptions in advance about it.
Yeah.
So what now?
Okay, good. Thank you. What I'm going to do now is show why what you're saying contradicts the entire field of evolutionary science.
Go ahead.
The entire field. Go and pick up any book on cladistics. Go pick up any book on phylogenetic history. Go pick up any of these philosophers of biology or evolutionary theorists who speak about population genetics. You're saying, let's ignore the origination probabilities, let's ignore the transition probabilities. Let me just explain to you something. When you said these ape-like creatures are evolving into human, right? You are implying a transition, yes or no?
Yes, I am, based on the evidence, not the preposition.
Therefore, one second, therefore, you are accepting that there is a percentage there in terms of how things are transferring over. So you have to make an assumption about the transition probabilities, because if it's not possible for one thing to transition into another, if the transition probability is close to 0, your entire argument falls over. And the very fact you can't tell that this has an impact on your argument just goes to show that you don't actually know what you're talking about. You actually
I get your point. You're saying that if you assume in advance that it's impossible for things to transition, therefore what I'm saying is wrong. Of course that's true. That's very obvious. But do we need to make that assumption in advance? I'm saying let's not make any assumptions in advance about how probable it is, and then simply see and ask what the data indicates.
Okay, so let's do this, John. Let's do this, John. No assumption about transition probabilities. No assumptions. Okay?
Sure.
Is Homo naledi our ancestor?
Homo naledi?
Homo naledi.
I have not studied that specific one.
If we're going to talk about this and you're going to talk like you know what you're talking about, Homo naledi is a well-known... Okay, anyway. Homo erectus. You familiar with Homo erectus?
Yes, a little bit.
Sorry, there's a zombie that's about to arise from the sofa. Anyway, so Homo...
Luxembourg, the thing is, the problem with what you're asking me is...
Wait, let's complete this point. Let's complete this point. Homo erectus to Homo sapiens. Do you believe this transition happened?
I don't know, but the thing is, I don't know. No, listen, I admit I don't know, but listen, the thing is, the problem with the question is...
No, John, we have to... We're at a very critical point right now. The critical point of that is you don't want to make assumptions about origination probabilities. You don't want to make assumptions about transition probabilities. Yeah. Now, if we take that on board, for you believe, say something like the Lucy fossil is our common, is linked to us. Do you believe that? Right? It's our ancestor in some way.
Can I comment for 1 minute?
Yes, you can, but I'm trying to show why your argument does not make any sense.
Okay, give me just 1 minute here.
Sure.
Yeah, so the thing is, regarding saying that this specific fossil or species is our direct ancestor, the thing is, you don't need to make that claim. Why would you need to make that claim if you can tell that, why would you need to make that claim that is a specific direct ancestor?
Okay.
Why is that necessary here?
Okay, firstly, let's just keep things really simple with yes and no, okay?
Can you answer my question?
Yes, I am answering it, but the reason, the way I'm going to answer it is for us to agree on what we agree about, so then I can show you your argument from homology, which previously you thought was not homology, but now you've seen it's homology, is based upon assumptions.
I did not change my mind about anything.
Well, you did, and it's actually recorded here.
Yes,
yeah?
It is. But look, can you answer my question? Does it matter?
Wait, hang on. Look, John, look. there's no point you saying you didn't change your mind when you initially didn't know you were using an argument for homology until you admitted it was an argument for homology.
No, I said it was an argument from the origins of a similarity, not a similarity.
Oh, come on. Honestly, you know what? I would humbly ask you to actually go and read up anything about the philosophy of homology. Because at the moment, what you're doing is you're just using these popular understandings of it without actually looking into how it's used. For example, have you heard of the maximum likelihood method?
Okay, can you answer my question from before? I don't. Can
No,
we?
no. I found that you
Because
keep
you're jumping topics.
Okay, wait. I'm not jumping topics. I'm the one who's basically asking you simple questions. Do you believe in human chimp ancestry?
Yeah.
Okay, good, very good. Do you believe that going back, human beings had a non-human primate ancestor?
Yes.
Okay, let's call that ancestor Sebastian. Okay, just for the sake of it, call him Sebastian, Sir Sebastian, right? So Sir Sebastian here, that you would, and that's why you keep going back to these transition fossils. You would say, okay, so this particular person, Sir Sebastian, and we have this fossil, okay? If the transition probability is close to 0, you cannot say that that is our ancestor, because transitions will not happen if they are highly improbable. So your entire point that origination probabilities and transition probabilities are irrelevant to the discussion of homology do not make any sense, because if we switch,
they're irrelevant. I said let's not make an assumption.
One second. If we switch the variables, if we make origination probabilities close to 1, that means we can have an origin of life in this room right now. And if we make the transition probability close to 0, that means two things, no matter how similar, could never ever actually have a common ancestor, because the transition probability is 0. And we haven't even started to begin about talk about the problem of homoplasy, because you also need
misrepresented me.
Fits with homology.
No, you misrepresented me. I did not say it was irrelevant. I said let's not make assumptions about what it is, because we can easily make any assumption we want based on nothing and end up with completely different conclusions. Let's not make assumptions.
Very good, John. So let's do this. What right now in the field of evolutionary biology, what assumptions are made about the origination probabilities and transition probabilities?
Look, I don't think it's an assumption. I think it's actually based on data. I think we can say based on data that there is a certain probability.
It's not.
Yes, it is. And I'm trying to talk about the data.
John, let me just tell you something. Yeah, you're actually making blanket statements with zero evidence, absolutely no evidence. Let's just start off with abiogenesis. This event that happened 4 billion years.
Well, can you answer my question from before?
One second. You said it's based on data. I'm telling you it's an assumption. Yes. So let's see who's wrong. Who's wrong and who's right here. Yeah. So abiogenesis, you're saying it's based upon data. I'm saying they have made an assumption that the origination probability is close to 0. Now I'm going to give you evidence for my worldview. You give me evidence for your point of view. Okay, is that fair?
You want to debate abiogenesis now?
No. Stay with me. Yeah. Look, abiogenesis. You're saying origination probabilities and transition probabilities is based on data. It's not based on assumptions. So I'm saying, no, it's based on assumptions. Now, when it comes to abiogenesis, I'm going to show you right now that abiogenesis is based upon origination probabilities close to 0. You need to show me that it's based on data, because that's the claim that you made. Is that fair?
Can I clarify something? Are you asking me to show a specific percentage? Or what specifically do you want me to prove?
No, I made the claim that the transition probabilities being closer to 1 and the origination probability being closer to 0 is the assumption in evolutionary biology. That's the claim I've made, and that's the claim I can show you. You made the claim there is no assumptions being made. You made the claim is based on data, not assumptions.
Yes, I claim there is data behind how probable we think events are.
Good. So let's do this now. Let's have this cowboy showdown, right? Let's start off with abiogenesis. So if we look at what evolutionary theorists say about this, people who are looking into the RNA first model and all these different types of models, they would make the assumption that there was one origin of life. Richard Dawkins, in The God Delusion, in all his other books, he always talks about the initial stroke of luck. When we look at the works of, say, Elliot Sober, the philosopher of biology, or we find Alex Rosenberg or these other atheist philosophers of biology, what do they talk about? Again, one origin of life. Okay, so this assumption is there in the literature. You're saying it's not an assumption. You're saying it's based on data. So give me that data.
That there is one assumption? That there is one origin?
Yeah, I gave you the evidence that the field of evolutionary biology makes the assumption that the origination probability is close to zero, meaning a near miracle. You're saying there's no assumption, it's based on data. Now give me the data.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't make the claim that there is necessarily a single origins to self-replication machinery.
It doesn't matter what you think. I'm asking you for data.
I didn't say what I think. I said what I don't claim.
View is irrelevant. I'll just brush it away. Who cares what you think? I'm saying let's talk.
What I think. I said I'm not making an assumption. All I said was I don't make the assumption that there is necessarily a single origins to self-replicating machines.
My friend John, it doesn't matter what you think. Honestly, it doesn't matter what
I don't think. I'm saying what I don't think.
It doesn't matter what you don't think. It doesn't matter if you do think. It doesn't matter what you say. I'm sorry. We're talking about what the academics say. We're talking about what the evolutionary philosophers say and the biologists say and the theorists say. Your thoughts are irrelevant. I'm sorry. They're just not.
Wait, you're saying that according to the origins of life field, there is one origins?
Currently, the model that they're using, they are assuming origination probabilities closer to zero. Therefore, one origin of life. That's the common idea that they have.
And you're saying this is according to origins of life researchers?
Yes, this is according to evolutionary theorists who are working on the origins
of life researchers. This is a specific field.
People who are looking into abiogenesis. Yes. Firstly, are you aware of origination probabilities and transition probabilities debates?
Debates? No, I have not read about the debates of these.
Okay, so look, I'm sorry, John. Yeah. Like, if you don't know this stuff, then it's hard for me to take you seriously when it comes to this field.
Okay, no, but I'm asking you a question about what you said. Listen, don't take my opinion seriously. I'm just asking you to clarify.
Sorry, don't assume I am taking your opinion seriously. I'm not.
Okay, Sabur, but look, can you just answer? You said
I'm actually laughing at it. Yeah,
okay,
I'm honestly trying to make a very simple point. I'm honestly trying to make a very
simple question.
No, that's fine. Look, John, I'm just honestly trying to make a very simple point. You cannot speak about advanced, rocket science if you don't understand Newtonian mechanics.
I'm not doing that. Don't worry.
One second.
Can I just ask you?
You cannot talk about homology, homoplasy, which we didn't even get onto, similarities genetically, anatomically, biochemically, which are not due to common ancestry. We cannot speak about any of these things until you understand origination probabilities and transition probabilities. And let me just be absolutely frank and fair with you. You never heard of these terms till you jumped onto this live stream, did you?
No, it does not matter.
What do you mean? What do you mean it doesn't matter? I'm sorry.
Because I'm not. Wait. You refer to assumptions.
I'm sorry.
You refer to assumptions that
I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry, John. I'm a botanist. I'm a botanist, and I've never heard of photosynthesis. What would you think of me? You'd probably give me a foot slap. Yeah. The fact is, you're here talking about homology, and you've never heard of origination probabilities and transition probabilities, which is the bread and butter of homology. You've never heard of this?
No, I haven't heard of the specific terms. I'm familiar with the concept.
Wait. I'll tell you what. Wait. I'll tell
you latching onto this. Can I ask you a question?
Yes. I'll tell you exactly why I'm latching onto this, because this is standard.
It's semantics. That's why.
No, this is okay. Okay, let me tell you something. The concept of photosynthesis can be known without photosynthesis. Correct?
Okay, can we not keep jumping points? I have a question.
One second.
You've not answered any of my questions.
1 second. I've answered all your questions.
No, can I ask you, you said according to an origins of life researcher. Can you just pause for 1 second?
Just 1 second. You're trying to defend yourself because you don't know these things. But let me just ask you something. Can I describe the concept of photosynthesis without knowing the label of photosynthesis? Is that possible?
You can actually describe the mechanism without using the word photosynthesis.
Good. However, if I claim to be a botanist, if I claim to be a biologist, and I don't know the term photosynthesis, you'd have reason to be skeptical of my credential.
Did I say I was an origins of life researcher?
No, you did. I never said that. But you used homology. You used the argument from homology.
Okay, so you're saying in order to make the argument of homology, even though I understand the concept, I need to know the term in advance?
No, what you do need to do is you need to understand that these are the terms being used by the experts. And if you're there to make an argument for homology, you need to know these terms. And secondly, you just said a little while ago, and anybody can go back and timestamp this, you said the argument that you were making in terms of the transition fossils, you said the assumptions are not actually there. It doesn't matter what the assumptions are there. We can stick to the data. Didn't you say that?
Yeah. I said we don't need to make assumptions.
Yeah, and again, let me just highlight this point, and it's at 3:49:44 seconds. Someone can timestamp this. That is flatly wrong. You have to make assumptions before you continue in evolutionary biology. You can't do anything without assumptions.
The assumption that I would make is that it's not necessarily 0 or 1.
I'm sorry, who cares about what you think? Yeah, I'm sorry, no one cares about what you think. I'm trying to make the point.
Honestly, this is a red herring of the greatest magnitude.
One second. I don't care about your opinion. All I'm trying to highlight is you cannot make an argument from probability until you have assumptions, and you said you can. And I'm saying it's impossible. It is impossible to continue to have an argument for homology without making assumptions first.
Sabur, I said I don't assume that origin is 0 and that transition is 1.
Okay, let me just repeat this one last time. Yeah, I don't care what you think. I'm talking about how evolutionary academics look at this.
Okay, I don't think they presuppose that either. Okay, listen, can I ask you the question
by the way,
what you made?
By the way, let me just explain something. Yeah, I gave you evidence. No,
I don't. I think you didn't, and I want to ask you about that. I want to ask you about that.
One second, John Doe.
I don't think you gave the evidence.
John, we have 512 people watching, and they've all witnessed something. I gave you evidence that the origination probability is assumed to be 0 in abiogenesis. Okay.
Who were the people you quoted?
Huh?
Who are the people you quoted again? Because that's what I'm asked about.
I quoted Elliot Sober, Alex Rosenberg, Richard Dawkins, the most famous Darwinist in the world.
Richard Dawkins is not an origins of life researcher.
Okay, fine. He's not. But you have evolutionary.
What were the other names?
Elliot Sober, Alex Rosenberg. Look them up.
Elias, how do you spell Sober?
Oh my God! If you don't know who Elliot Sober is, why are you even talking to me? Like, honestly,
I'm not an origins of life researcher. I'm sorry, but can you?
Okay. Well, do you know what? Why are you trying to argue on something that you're ignorant about?
I'm asking you to clarify, brother.
No, if you're asking me to clarify, I'll be happy to give you education. But if you're trying to challenge me on something you're not educated about, I'll have to point it out. Look up Eugene.
Your argument is that I haven't heard of this specific guy.
Okay, so let me just explain something. Yeah, when it comes to abiogenesis,
you demonstrably quoted someone who is not an origins of life researcher.
Okay, wait one second.
I want to check if the other guys you quoted are relevant.
Wait. Hang on a second. Yeah, Elliot Sober is a philosopher of biology, so
that's not an origins of life researcher. Why would I hear about him?
Wait, John, you're being extremely ignorant right now. You haven't even let me explain who Elliot Sober is and why he is taken as an authority when it comes to abiogenesis research. You didn't even let me complete my sentence, and you're saying he's irrelevant. Let me explain
how a philosopher. Go ahead.
Let me explain to you why he's relevant. Let me explain to you why he's actually relevant.
Go ahead.
Let me see if I can. Can you just grab? There should be a book over there. Elliot Sober on this shelf. Hang on, just one sec. Giving free education. Man.
Some door needs to come so I can slap them. Everything. Yeah. How long is I sleep for?
An hour.
So long. No way. Is it muted?
No. I need to find this book.
Well, I slept for an hour and a half. Why? I needed to sleep, you know. I would have crashed the car. Don't come over here. I strangle.
Bro, the things on. Careful.
I'm the strangler. I feel like bites.
Nice.
Well, I slept for an hour and a half, yeah. Like, that's a bad one. No, it was too dangerous for me to drive like that. Yeah. But I snored that. How was I sleeping?
All right. These are just some starter books, but one of the books I was looking for, I couldn't actually find. I think I've got it at home instead. So, Conceptual Issues in Evolutionary Biology, and this other one about Parsimony, Phylogeny, and Genomics by Victor Albert, right? And there's another one, Evidence and Evolution by Elliot Sober. These three books. But let's just go with the one that's the freshest in my mind, which is Evidence in Evolution by Elliot Sober. In this book, what he basically covers is that the origin of life probability is linked to the transition probability, is essentially linked to the entire tree of life. So if anybody's to make an argument from, say, for example, have you heard of the maximum likelihood method?
No, I don't remember what it means.
You know, honestly, okay, forget it. Maximum likelihood method is what they use to actually work out phylogenetic genealogy. Okay, that's how they work out what's linked to what. So this has to look into, for example, have you heard of homoplasy?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's how they would look at. Okay, so if this thing is homoplasy and this thing, if this thing is homology, how will we assume this? And they'll do their Bayesian probabilities and all that type of good stuff. However, all of this stuff, and by the way, this is being live streamed. I'm not going to delete this. You can go back and prove me wrong. You can actually take this clip and prove me wrong. All of these things are ultimately still based upon assumptions that they make about Bayesian probabilities, assumptions that they make about transition probabilities, and assumptions that they make about the origin of life probability. Hence why, and the reason why I mentioned Richard Dawkins, which I don't think you understood, is that he is a popularizer of evolutionary biology, but even he recognizes that the origin of life is actually something in which the origination probability is closer to zero. Eugene Konin, who is again an expert when it comes to abiogenesis, he also, you can look up his works. He will also show you that actually the origination probability that they assume is closer to zero. Hence why they refer to it as a near miracle. So for you, John Doe, to make any argument of homology, whether it's to do with biochemistry, genetics, anatomy, you have to make assumptions about originations and you have to make assumptions about transitions, because if transitions are closer to zero, you can't say this thing evolved into that. And if the origin of life probabilities are closer to one, then you can have multiple origins of life and you can have multiple things which are looking similar to each other, but they do not have a common ancestor because they evolved independently, which is the idea that Lamarck actually had. So I hope now you get a broad-based picture, and you're not going to make these categorical claims that you're actually making, which are, to be honest, quite absurd, especially if you don't know the basics.
Okay,
Yeah.
so listen, I was trying to make as few categorical statements as possible. I will not make claims. Look, I actually have I've read a lot of Eugene Kooning's papers on virology, just as a personal interest. But look, I can accept your claims, and it would not modify my earlier statements if you have multiple origins of life. Because remember, the example I brought up concerned transitional fossils with primates. Whether or not there's one or multiple origins of life, that does not modify anything I said on the topic.
Okay, good. Let me explain to you why it does. You said the word transitional fossils.
Yes.
Okay? If the transition probability is close to 0, could you have an ape-like ancestor of a human being?
If the transitional probability is 0, if it is 0, then you cannot evolve, of course.
Okay. Do you now see why transition probabilities are important in evolutionary biology?
Yes, they're important. But could you agree that you can proceed without necessarily assuming a specific value or a region for value?
Absolutely not. You cannot. You can absolutely never do that. You have to make that assumption before you continue.
Okay.
Do that.
So are you fine if I said it's possible in advance?
Sorry, I don't understand. Explain.
Yeah, all I'm saying is I will, because 0 is impossible. 1 will happen. Anything in between is possible. Different ranges of possible, but nevertheless, different levels of possibility. So all I say is it's possible. I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know if it did not happen, which is maybe closer to 1 or closer to 0. And I just want to ask myself, given that I do not know in advance how likely it is that an ancestor became a human, that is also the ancestor of another ape, given that I don't know in advance if it's 1 or 0 or in between, maybe I can look to see, maybe I can look at fossils and ask myself, does it appear as if, for example, there's a sequential step of fossils leading to humans?
That would be putting the cart before the horse.
I think it's the reverse of that, because I said, because I don't know if it's going to happen or not, I want to see as if it looked like it did happen.
The problem here is you're putting the cart before the horse. It's a non-starter. If, for example, you take fossil A, oh no.
John Doe,
Okay.
I just want to ask myself, is life worth living? Should I blast myself?
I don't know what go back to sleep, bro. Go back to sleep. Sorry, he just woke up. Go back to sleep.
I think he's drunk.
Sorry.
Is life worth living? Should I blast myself?
No, go back to sleep. So sorry, he was literally sleeping, and then he just woke.
Changes, bro.
Okay, so the point that look, John, where we could agree is I have the viewpoint that you cannot make that inference. The claim that you made right now, I think, is improbable. I think it's extremely difficult to hold that view. That you are simply going to look at fossils and then make a transitional probability from there. The reason why is because the transition probabilities and the origin of life probabilities, they act like lenses which colors the data. Okay, there is no such thing as a perspectiveless perspective. You're simply going to look at transitions and you're going to say this thing is linked to this. Why? Because if origination probabilities are closer to 1, then you can have multiple independent origins. And if transition probabilities are closer to 0, then there's no way that human beings can be in transition from something else. It's impossible. So the data that you're referring to can only be understood once the lenses are set in terms of origination probabilities and transition probabilities, or else you're putting the cart before the horse. Yeah. Now,
no, listen. Let me put it a different way, because I really think there is a way to gain probabilities from data. I think there is a way.
Okay. Do you know what? I'll tell you this. I don't really care, and it's good if you do, if you think this, but I don't really care about that, because that's not something which I'm aware of. Anybody's made that argument. What I am aware of is that 0 or close to 0 is the origination probability, close to 1 is the transition probability. That's the way that is currently working in evolutionary biology. If you want to come up with something alternative to that, good on you, right? But currently, as it stands, it's irrelevant.
I'm not coming up with an alternative. Not necessarily. I'm playing into the setup you've given me. I'm saying if we took that, if we took what you say, which is you don't want to make any assumptions, I think I could still take what you're saying, and I could still, I still don't think creationism could really be inferred from any data. And I think the data,
Okay,
if you just looked at it,
you made
would suggest evolution.
You've made a jump there, right? And again, this is a huge problem. That firstly, we weren't in this particular conversation. We weren't talking about the last part of the conversation. We weren't talking about creationism. However, you've made again that jump from biology to theology, and you've said, for example, I don't see how this fits in creationism. Are you aware that people like Asa Gray, who were in contact with Darwin, they were creationists, but they believed in universal common ancestry, and so for them, something like ERV would be not a problem, but they were pure creationists.
Are you referring to like Adamic exceptionalism?
No, Asa Gray. He was a contemporary of Darwin.
I know about him, but what did he say?
He said the exact opposite of what you're claiming, which is that he accepted and he would have no problem with ERVs or universal common ancestry. He accepted universal common ancestry. He accepted all of this. He just believed that God created everything through natural selection. That was his view.
Yeah, that's God-guided evolution, but that's still evolution.
But he's a creationist, and you said it doesn't fit with creationism, which is simply not true.
Okay, sure. If you want to define creationism as any involvement of God, then sure. In that case, you could say that God guided. What I'm referring to here.
Firstly, do you understand why I keep saying you're misrepresenting the creationist position? Do you understand why I'm saying that now? Because I just showed you right now. You just made a claim about what the creationists cannot accept, and I just showed you a creationist that accepted exactly what you said they can't accept.
I think you've just used a term that I was not using in the same way. I honestly think that it's not useful to keep delving into semantics when the actual fact is agreed on.
It is important to delve into semantics if you're going to commit the fallacy of equivocation.
I'm not equivocating. Let me agree with you. What I'm referring to, if you strip the labels.
Firstly, do you agree with me that you've made false statements when it comes to origination probabilities and transition probabilities, and when it comes to the creationist position? Do you understand the mistakes that you made here?
The origins, as in people don't make assumptions about it?
Yes.
Sure, I would have to look into that, but I could have made a mistake.
You can look into it all you like. I was trying to show you that you're actually making claims about the field which are false, and the claim that you made was that there are no assumptions being made, and I showed you assumptions are being made.
Did I say no assumptions?
You said it was irrelevant what the origination transition probabilities are, and you were just wanting to speak about the transitional fossils. That's in the recording.
Yes, I did say that.
Yeah. So do you agree that was wrong?
No, I think you've misunderstood what I said. Look, let's say I was wrong, but I think my point just remains unchanged. Let's say I was wrong about that. But my point, I mean, you could say that I misdefined creationism, and therefore I was wrong.
Okay,
I mean,
first,
you can play that game all you want.
firstly, what it is I'm trying to point out that you are making claims about homology without understanding actually what homology is based on. And the reason I did that is not just because I enjoy people showing that people are wrong. I enjoy showing that people are wrong when their claims are wrong. I'm not just doing it for the sake of it. I'm actually trying to make this conversation elevated. I'm actually trying to show it's far more complicated than the crude assumptions of, hey, look, two things are similar, therefore they have a common ancestor. Look, this. Like, that's just childish stuff. I hope you do understand now that origination probabilities and transition probabilities, one, exist, and two, they help us infer whatever conclusions we're going to make.
Sure.
Alrighty. What else do you want to discuss? Do you believe in God?
Me personally, yes.
So you believe in God. That's good. So do you believe God can create through evolution?
I believe it's possible that God can guide evolution.
Okay. So from that perspective, you are essentially a creationist, like me.
No, I said it was possible. No, Sabur, listen. I said it was possible. I did not say I believe that.
Okay. But you believe in God, correct?
Yeah.
So do you believe God decrees everything? Everything that we have in the world is decreed by God.
I don't know that everything is decreed. I don't know.
Okay, do you believe everything is created by God?
I believe that the initial point was created by God.
Okay, so you're like a deist. A deist.
I would say I'm ambivalent.
Okay.
In the sense of God's specific involvement.
So kind of like, are you a bit like an Einsteinian? I mean, that's your sort of perspective, where you believe not a personal God but something greater than us and that kind of thing.
I don't know. I'm ambivalent. I don't know if it could be personal. I don't know if I want to look. Let's not put labels on this, right? I'm simply saying I'm ambivalent towards God's specific involvement. It could be very personal.
Okay. Okay. So you're not quite a deist. Okay, that's fine. That's fair enough.
Could be.
So from your perspective, why would say the creation of Adam, right, which we believe in, why, or maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm completely wrong here and I'm just being stupid that this is not the position that you hold, but let's just go with it. Why would you say that is improbable or impossible or unlikely to happen? The fact that God is someone in time that is the father to all human beings. Why would that be difficult for you to believe?
Well, it's possible that there was because there was always a population. I mean, there was always a population of human beings, as far as any evidence ever indicates.
Yeah, and do you know how they inferred that? The initial population that they have. Sometimes they say 10,000, sometimes they say 1,000. Are you aware how they calculated this?
I know it's not an exact science, and I don't need it to be. And you could say, listen, you could say that if you go back to a certain period of time, you can go back to a period before molecular phylogeny says anything about the population, and therefore you could make any claim at that point what the population was, and that would be outside of what molecular phylogeny can confirm or disconfirm.
Yep.
But the thing is that, listen,
I agree,
because earlier we talked about a few things, and it's all about what would we because there are expectations here. Because when we talk about ERVs and transitional fossils, we made the observation that there are identical viral patterns of insertions in different species, and we made the observation that there appears to be, let's forget about transitional, but there are a series of fossils that look increasingly like humans. And when you take a look at that from a bigger framework, you can still say, per your statement, that okay, well, in order to say that did happen, you're saying that the transition probability is non-zero, which is an assumption, which means I don't need to accept it and it's not conclusive, or non-categorical, whatever you want.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it is so concordant with a process of linear development, and it seems so presuppositional. I mean, just to say that this appearance of linear development is completely artificial, because God made it look like we evolved.
No, but again, what you're doing here is you're saying two different things, right? You're saying, let's assume that there is no, let's not assume a particular transitional probability, but then when we look at things, it clearly looks like things went through this linear evolution. But for you to say if things went through this linear evolution, you're obviously accepting that transition probabilities are high.
Okay, let's just say, would you agree that it looks like, I'm not saying that it looks like we have a linear development?
I would say what it looks like depends on what you believe the transition probabilities are. I believe the transition probabilities are low. The reason why is because I believe the Darwinian mechanism is overhyped and it's a conservative force, and the evolutionary mechanism of working on random variation leading to these mass evolutionary changes, I think is a fairy tale. The blind work thesis, I think that makes me really think that the transition probabilities are low.
No, but it's still possible it is possible in a hypothetical world for the transitional probabilities to be low, and it still looks like there was a linear development.
But in a hypothetical scenario, it is also possible that you have an independent human origin as well.
Yes, I'm not referring to that. Listen, all I'm saying is that, because I asked you if you would agree if it looks like a linear development happened, and you said no because I think the transition possibility is low. All I'm saying is that that's not mutually exclusive. It is possible for the transition possibility to be low, but it still appears as if there was development.
No, because if it appears as if there was development, that appears as if it's still using some sort of transition probability.
No, because not necessarily. Let's say, for example, because I'm going to play into what you said. Okay, let's say God created.
Sorry, John, to interject here, and sorry about the laugh and the banter. I was going a bit crazy before with this guy coming and starting to trying to rap and stuff. Yeah. I just want to ask you a very simple question, which is, do you understand my perspective that it is impossible to have a perspectiveless perspective when looking at transition or these types of fossils, because you always have to make a presuppositional commitment to origination probabilities and transition probabilities? That's the argument that I'm making, and I'm making that based upon my reading of abiogenesis and evolutionary biology at the moment. Do you understand that that's what my perspective is?
Yes. Can I paint a scenario for you on your perspective? Let's say that God created 10 million years ago a primate that was 50% human. And then 100,000 years later, God created a primate that was 55% human. And then it goes on. And in fact, let's say that you have a primate that's created every single time, 58%, 59%, all the way to 98, 99, and then 100, and all of these come chronologically after each other. And let's say we accepted that every single time that was a special creation. In this case, and let's also say that the transition probability is 0. In fact, in this case, in this scenario, we have a 0 transition probability. God created every single ape or primate or whatever, and it looks like there was the development, even though that's not the case.
Yeah, I would say that way that you explained it would be false. The reason it would be false is it cannot look like a transition if the transition probability is 0. It just cannot do that. It's impossible.
Why not? Because I could, for example, I could paint something that looks like a human, even if it's not a human.
No, you can do that, but me as a theorist, if I believe the transition probability is close to zero, then for me, there is no evolution there. For me, these are just independent. And by the way, we as Muslims, just to let you know, theoretically, we are ambivalent to the idea of all of life and its evolution and this type of thing. Our minimum commitment is that Adam is a miracle, just like the miracle of Jesus, just like the miracle of Moses parting the sea. That's our bare minimum commitment that we make, right? I'm just throwing that out there just in case.
Okay, I think there's a degree in which what you disagree with is based on only the words I'm using, like the specific terms I'm using, rather than the concept. Because I want to put this in a way in which it is in which you simply.
Can I steel man you, and then you can tell me if I got it right?
Sure.
What you're basically saying to me is, if I assume the transition probability is zero, yet if they are continuous, what's it called? If there's a ape-like creature, and after some years there's another ape-like creature but has more human-like features, and then you have a human, and then you have, in fact, let's just do it incrementally. Every year you have a 1% closer to until it looks like us. The thing is, if the transition probability is zero, and I believe that, then all of these are independent.
Yes. The fact of the matter is, in that scenario, it is independent. But I mean, there must be a way to phrase this in which you would simply agree that.
Do you understand why I'm saying that, though?
I think it appears to be because you want to emphasize you believe it is zero probability.
No, it's because what I'm trying to show. Okay, here's another point. Here's another way of putting it, and I really enjoyed this back and forth because it's helped me to bring out an idea which I didn't think of before. If we have a dinosaur-like creature, and then we have a fossil human, and in between we have nothing, and I believe the transition probability is 1, then for me this is a clear evolutionary ancestor.
Yes, but it would not appear as if it was, which is what I'm referring to.
No, it will appear to me with the transition probability of anything that I find with a human, even if it's a pig with a goat's body, I would say that is a human ancestor. Do you understand why?
Yes, you would think it's an ancestor.
Yes, that exactly.
But it could not. But look, if you had like a dinosaur and then a human a trillion years later, it does not appear to be a linear development.
The word appear only comes to the fore depending on your origination and transition probabilities.
To be honest, I'm not. What do you mean by that?
Origination and transition probabilities color all the data. They color even the way that you describe the data.
Look, I disagree with that because I can say even if I believed every percent from 50 to 100 is a zero transition, I would still say, if I agreed to that, I would still say, assuming a zero transition probability, that it appears like a transition.
Why would you say that when you know it's impossible?
I'm not saying it's possible. Here's the thing: saying it appears is not the same as saying it's possible.
If you say the transition probability is zero, you are saying it's impossible. You are saying it's not true. So then, why would you say it appears to be true?
Because you can have something you know appears to be a way, but it's not true. For example, if I had the
listen, I see what you're trying to say. You're basically saying it's like the illusion of design. It appears to be an illusion, but it's actually like that kind of thing. What you're basically trying is that that's possible, but it's linguistically incoherent, and that's why I'm finding it very hard to agree with it. But fine. If somebody, here's another way of putting it. Someone who
you hit the head. You hit the head. You said.
Okay, so wait 1 second. Someone who's never heard of origination probabilities or transition probabilities right? They believe, they have a deep held belief that anything is elastic, things can evolve, things are fluid. So they believe in transition probability of close to 1. They look at the data and it does appear to them that this is the case. For someone who believes in natural selection working on random mutations, it is a petty mechanism that is conservative, it doesn't actually create. They will look at this and they'll say, nah, it's not going to work. So do you understand why this is absolutely central to any conversations about homology? Why it's absolutely essential that we have discussions about origination and transition before we speak about homology. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, sure. I think that if you presuppose a 0 or 1.
Progress.
Okay, but I think, but you did make a point that I want to go back to. You said there is an illusion of evolution. So would you agree with that wording, from the 50 to 100% with 1% increments?
Okay.
Would you agree that there is an illusion of evolution then?
No, I would say there is evolution, because I believe that
what I meant is there is an illusion that the 50% transitioned to 100%.
Depending on my probabilities that I before I look at the data.
So even then, you would not even say it's an illusion.
For me to, and again, I think this is where concepts are very important. Yeah, I can't get into color theory if I'm colorblind. I can't make assumptions about what's possible and what's not possible and what's likely and what's until I already have made beliefs and commitments about origination and transition probabilities. Do you understand that? Yeah.
Yes.
So, John Doe, it was really fun speaking to you. Can you put your email in the private chat, and I'll email you. And we'll continue this another time. Is he sleeping? Is he awake? Is he awake? Because it's actually nearly 3 o'clock in the morning, and we need to go home. So we've been live for about 4.5 hours.
Do you mind if I email you?
Sorry? Yeah, no, I wanna email you. I wanna talk to you. You're actually a really cool guy. It was nice to meet.
Yeah, I will, but I want to use this specific account for the emails if you don't mind. So I will email you.
Okay. Do you have my email address?
Could you say it?
1 second. Can you see the private chat?
Yeah.
darwiniandelusions@gmail.com. Can you see it? Yeah.
On darwinianevolutions@gmail.com.
Yeah. I put in the private chat.
Let's see. It's kind of, I don't know. I don't really see it, but I can just.
Okay. Here's another way of doing it. Can
okay,
you?
I see it. I found your Twitter on it.
Yep. You found it. Yeah. Okay. So wait 1 second. It's also on the screen right there.
Yeah, I got it.
You got it. All right. Good. It's really great speaking to you. I'm guessing John Doe is not even your real name.
No.
Is your name Zangief by any chance?
Wait, what?
Sorry, it's too late. My brain. Zangief from Fire. I just thought of that. Sorry, I'm just really tired and a bit crazy at the moment. But yeah, it's really great speaking to you. Let's speak again. It was a really interesting conversation. But let's continue this via email. And yeah, you should we should have this another time. We're live every Saturday, so you can join us next Saturday as well.
I'll email you.
Yeah. All right. Have a. Where are you calling in from, by the way?
Canada.
Canada. So what is it? Daytime? Yeah.
It's kind of on the border right now.
Oh, was it nighttime? Yeah.
Looks dark.
Okay, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning here, so I'll speak to you later. It was good speaking to you, John.
All right. Goodbye.
All right. Goodbye. Hijab, come here and speak to the people. People have been waiting. They're wondering why you were sleepwalking and coming in here and starting to rap. And come on, man, just let them have it, bro.
What they're saying.
Just So what was that about? I was having a debate. You decided to come in and start rapping.
I was asleep. You know, it's a good thing I slept because I think I was just going to crash the car. Try.
You want coffee? Yeah, okay. Let's say salam to the people and we end it.
Yalla, I'll see you guys later, yeah?
All right. That's a good way of ending it. All right, everybody. Assalamu alaikum.